If you want to know how to build out your complete Ecamm Live setup, including scenes, overlays, even designing our own overlays, and then linking this all into Streamdeck so that you can control it all at the touch of a button, and then going on to even design your own Streamdeck icons, quite a lot to get through, but this video is for you, so go and grab a coffee. Hello and welcome to Take One Tech. My name is Alec, and so in this video it's probably going to be my longest video to date. In fact, it definitely will be my longest video to date. We are going to go through from a completely blank Ecamm Live setup, and then we're going to go through the process of setting up our scenes, our overlays, and all of that sort of thing. And then we're even going to go and build those out as well, and I'll show you how we can do that quite simply in Keynote. And so we'll build up step by step the entire Ecamm Live setup, and then what we're going to do is we're going to look at Streamdeck and how we can use that to control all of our scenes and things like that, and our overlays and transitions and whatnot. And so if you don't have a Streamdeck, don't worry, I've got a way that you can try one for free, and spoiler alert, there's an app for that. So there you go. And so we'll be looking at that. And then if you are already familiar with Streamdeck, then you may have encountered an issue, which is you may not be entirely sort of graphically minded, and so making icons for your Streamdeck to make it look all nice and pretty is not so easy. Well, I've got an easy way around that as well. So we're going to be building all of this out during this video, and then at the end of the video, once I've finished, all of the graphics and overlays and things like that that we create are going to be available for free on my website. So you'll just be able to go and download them, and that will be the actual graphics, but also the original source files as well. So you can go and tweak little bits and bobs, change the color, things like that, and make them your own. Finally, we're also going to run through a sort of pre-production or going live checklist, or rather. So the things that you need to think about to go through before you actually flick that button to go live or to record your videos. Now, I've got a bit of a confession to make. My channel's called Take One Tech, and the whole ethos behind it is that I just sit down, I do these videos sort of more or less off the cuff, and control it all with my Streamdeck and Ecamm Live, and do them all in one take. Well, today is actually Take Two Tech, because this was supposed to be a live stream where I went through the whole process live, and then had obviously people joining the live stream with any luck that could ask questions along the way or give input, so to add value to what I'm creating here, and to add more into the content and so on. And I did actually start going live yesterday, but then about 50 minutes in or so, my internet dropped out. So if you have already watched that video and wondered what on earth happened, then that's what. I had a technical issue, couldn't rejoin the stream, and in the end my internet just went out for about 30 minutes. So I thought, rather than try and start a new stream in a different location where people didn't have the link, I would just stop and record it afresh like this, because I do know that there are a couple of people at least that are waiting to see this content and also get those downloads. So yes, welcome to Take Two Tech. Hopefully today I'm just recording, so there won't be any internet issues, obviously, and we can get through the whole process. Now, also slightly different to my other videos, which do tend to be rather sort of off the cuff. I have obviously a list of ideas of things that I want to make for my videos, but then I just kind of sit down and record them, really. Well, today is a bit different because, look at this, you're going to be impressed. I've actually prepared some notes. I've got, look at that, I've actually got some notes. I've actually made some notes. So I've got some things to go through. And more than just notes, I've gone one step further. Look at this. I've even made some slides. So this is what we are going to go through today. We're going to start with an introduction to Ecamm. So presumably, if anybody's watching this video, they are familiar with Ecamm to some extent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have clicked the link, no doubt. But we will just go through and recap the sort of functionality of Ecamm Live and what it is and what we can do with it. Then we're going to go through and we're going to set up some scenes. So we'll have a bit of a discussion then, but I've forgotten. It's not actually live anymore. So we're going to have I'm going to talk to you about the ideas that you might have for different scenes that you want. And so I've got a list of sort of 5 at the moment. So we'll actually build out those different scenes for different purposes. And then we're actually going to go and create the graphics for the scenes. that's one thing that people struggle with, I think, is, getting those overlays to sort of make their streams or their videos look better and a little bit more professional. And, sometimes it's hard to find something that is exactly right and exactly you. So hopefully, by what I'm going to show you, you'll realize that it's not actually too difficult to create your own. And also, you can take inspiration from other people and maybe model some of that into your own ideas. But failing that, I'm going to show you. Obviously, I'll be building these out live for you, or live to tape. And then I'll show you how you can edit them yourself, like changing backgrounds and things like that. But it's very simple, trust me. And I'll show you exactly how to do it. So after we've done that, and we've got our scenes set up with our overlays so that they all look nice, and we can look at sort of transitions and things like that, then what we'll do is we'll have a look at Streamdeck and how you can control all of these things through Streamdeck. And then, we'll come on to that checklist at the end. So first of all then, let's get on to the intro to Ecamm and exactly what is it. Well, it's probably easiest if I just share my screen now so that you can see what I'm looking at, because this is the sort of interface that I'm working in order to do what I'm doing right now. So here we go. Let me just... got my boom arm in the way of my Stream Deck, so I can't see where my buttons are. Right, so here we go. I'll share my screen. So now you can see what I'm looking at. I've got my window, which is what is being recorded. And you can see there it's been recording. And I've got a few other controls on the window itself. And then I've got these different panels. Now, we'll start with over here. We've got a scenes panel. So let me just start this other thing up here. Here we go. So over here we have the scenes panel. This is where we've got all the different scenes in our production. So here we've got my main view, and then I can change to a slightly zoomed view, so you can see that this is a different scene, exactly the same, but just zoomed in and out, and I'm switching between those here. I've got another one which is my top-down shot, for example, the one that I showed you. So that in itself, you can see here the output, and we've gone down to my top-down shot. We've got various different scenes. So that's what a scene is. It's just a different sort of viewpoint, if you like, that you want to put into your production. Now, as we're in this particular view, this is a good example of overlays. So that is the next one here is overlays. And by the way, there looks to be a lot of scenes in here. You don't need all of these scenes. You can certainly make a very good production with a far fewer. And these are just the ones that I use. But if it looks complicated, it's because there's just multiple copies of the same thing with slight differences. So it's nothing to worry about. And in fact, let me just pop these out of the way. There we go. That looks a lot better already, doesn't it? So then in the overlays, it's the same situation. We've got lots of different overlays, and overlays are basically things like this. So if I come and drag this one out of the way, got it locked. I'll talk about locking overlays and scenes after, because it's very important so that you don't make a mess of all of your hard work. So what you can see here is we've got this camera, my top-down shot with all of my my notes, and we've got my little camera picture in here, and then we've got this sort of frame thing around it. Well, that is this frame here. So you can see how I've got that, and that is an overlay. That's a picture overlay. So let me put that back, and I'll just lock it before I mess it up any further. Now, an example of a picture overlay, or an animated overlay rather, would be something like this one that I'm going to put at the bottom. So that thing that's just popped up there with the like, subscribe and turn on notifications. A great cue for me to say, if you're liking this video, maybe reserve judgment until the end of it, but go down and hit that like button, and subscribe to get links to any new, or be notified rather, for any new content I make. And incidentally, if you've watched this video and stuck through it all the way to the end, first of all, well done, because I think it's going to be a bit of a long one. But if you ever want to go back to any particular part of this, as well as me putting the sort of markers in the timeline in the video itself, I'm also going to cut this up into each individual section and make those available as separate videos. So if you ever want to go back and just review one particular section, you might be better to go onto my YouTube channel and then go and look in the Ecamm Live or the Streamdeck playlist, and you'll find all of the little subsections of videos in there as and when I post them. They'll probably go out one a day for the next week or so, depending on how many I have to sort of process and post. Okay, so that is what, nearly knocked my coffee over there. That is what the scenes are. So that was an animated overlay. Sorry, overlays. That was an animated overlay we just saw. We've seen the graphic overlays. And then you've also got music and video that you can add in as well. So that is the overlays. So if I just hide some of these again, I want to make this look as simple as possible because, yeah, it don't need to be overly complicated from the beginning. In fact, if I just change to that scene, there we go. It's just popped open all of these again. So there we go. Normally, when you start Ecamm Live, you'll just have a completely blank scenes panel and a completely blank overlays panel. Next one is camera effects. So this is where we're going to change the anything that's going on with the camera. So at the moment, I've just got my main camera in. I'll show you how to set up different cameras and things afterwards. But here we can see we've got some controls. So I can control some of the picture settings, brightness and things like that. And then I can also control the green screen. So, yeah, sorry to break the illusion, but if I just unlock this scene, I can show you what my actual background is. So there we go. I'm just in front of a green screen and I've got a background, but the you do have some adjustment over the sort of sensitivity, if you like, of the green screen. But I found with a properly lit green screen, it is it's easy to do in Ecamm Live. So previously I was coming from OBS. I didn't use it extensively, but I was looking for a particular software package to do some video production work in, and I went down the OBS route initially, but then just found that it couldn't quite handle some of the things I was wanting to do on my slightly aging computer, and gave Ecamm Live a go, and it was a breath of fresh air, really. It's yeah, the user interface is far more user friendly, and I'm a tech guy. You know, I like digging into pieces of software, no matter how complex they may be, but there's no need to overcomplicate something which can be made very simple, and that seems to be what Ecamm Live has done with this sort of video production program. So yes, it's a lot easier to set up green screen in Ecamm Live than it is in OBS, and it's literally just a toggle of a button. There is a few things you can do to improve your green screen results, and I did actually do a video about this. In fact, I could just show you that. So green screen tips, and that was my sort of 5 tips for how you can basically get better results out of your green screen, because they can look pretty bad if they're not done correctly. And you can judge for yourself whether you think this is any good or not as a green screen. But yeah, that video up in the top corner will help you with that, and I'll also put a link to it in the description, because I've found that in videos, maybe something if you're creating videos that you want to think about as well. I often say, you know, I'll link to a video and I put the little link up in the top corner there, but then I don't put it in the description, which is a bit of a mistake really, because some people might not want to click out of your video to go and watch the link. And then if they have to go and find it after, they've got to sort of scrub through to find out where the link was. So yeah, that's something I've learned from my short time so far on YouTube. So, oh, incidentally, you can see that that was just a little overlay. That was an image overlay that I'm toggling on and off. And then actually adding the link into the description is something you do in YouTube itself. And I'll show you how to do that after as well, if you want. Right, so that was the camera effects. This is where you can make all different adjustments. The next panel that we have is sound. So here is where you can add in sounds. So for example, my intro music, like this, is coming in here. And yeah, this is where you can have all your different music or sound effects or things like that. And then finally, you've got this panel down here, which is the sound level. So you can see my level, and then the movie, which is actually the music level. Oh, sorry, the sound effects is the level of that music you've just heard. Movie is obviously if you have any movies embedded in the scene, but I'll show you how to do that a bit later as well. I said finally, but there is actually some other panels. So there is the comments section over here. So this is if you're actually on a live stream, then any comments will pop up in here. And actually what you're able to do, which I can't actually demonstrate because I'm not live, but the comments that come up, you just click on them and whatever comment you've clicked on will appear in the window. And there is actually another one which doesn't have a toggle. So by the way, all of these little panels have got a button down the side that you can toggle them on and off with. So this is for the overlays, this one for the audio, this one for the camera effects and the music and the chat window. There's another one which is available in Pro version, which is for interview mode, and that allows you to actually bring somebody else into your stream or recording. So you send them a link and they click on the link, and then they can join from the browser, and then they'll have their picture in your production as well. So that's that one. So if I just hide that one a second. So I'm going to hide the comments and that one because we don't really need that for the moment. The next one down at the bottom here, the little cogwheel, is the Ecamm Live preferences. I won't go through all of these preferences, or any of them, in fact, because I think that's probably something for another video. I just want to go through the actual setup procedure, but when I do that video, I'll link that one in the description of this video as well, so that you can get to it. One other window which doesn't actually have a button in here. Oh, sorry, I forgot this one as well. The scenes tab. So if we've got the scenes closed down and you ever want to get to it, here is where you can flick between your scenes from in the window. But then I'm just going to click on here, show scenes, and you can see that scenes thing pops back up there. So one other window which isn't shown, which is quite a handy one to have if you are streaming. If you click in window, you can also see all these different windows that I've just opened here. But this bandwidth statistics, so when you're streaming live, you can actually see the bandwidth usage as well, which could be handy. But for now, we're just going to close these down and we're going to stick with these ones. And let's go back then to the start and let's talk about scenes. So as I say, I've got all of these scenes. We're not going to build out all of those, but what I'm going to show you is the sort of building blocks to give you a few different ideas, and then you can try this out for yourself, and you'll soon figure out how you can make multiple different scenes that might be similar to each other. So I thought we would talk next about actually planning these scenes. So if I come out of demo mode, we can talk about that. And so planning our scenes, the scenes that I thought we would look at first of all is like a sort of a full frame shot, if you like, a main window, which is something like this, a head-on shot that you might want to use. We'll look at how we can put a nice little border around it as well. I don't tend to have a border on mine, but I know a lot of people like that. So in terms of actually building an overlay, I thought it would be a good little exercise to go through, and then you can choose whether you want to use it or not. The next one I thought we'd do is a screen sharing overlay. And so I've got a screen sharing overlay like this, which is my picture and the my web happens to be my website, but I'm just sharing my my other computer screen actually. So that's that one. And then if I come back to the main window again, beg your pardon, need to get back to one with my list on, don't I? Then I thought we'd have a like a phone cam or a top-down cam. So those could actually be the same thing. I'm using a little old Logitech C920. Here, I can just even pull it into view. There you go. It's my little Logitech camera, and I've just sort of repurposed that as a top-down camera. Incidentally, the camera that I'm using, for anybody who is interested, is a 10-year-old Canon EOS 60D. So not cutting edge by any stretch. It's not a bad camera, but it's just not the latest and greatest. But I did do a video about how I actually used that and hooked that up for, originally I did it as to improve my quality of my Zoom calls, but I've done a video all about that one as well, and how to link up like an old DSLR camera to your computer as well. So you can judge for yourself what the picture quality looks like. It's, as I say, 10-year-old camera with the kit lens. So yeah, I think it's probably passable in terms of quality. So yeah, I thought we'd do that camera shot, the top-down camera, and then I'm also going to show you how you can use your phone as another camera as well. You might want to use that as a top-down camera if you don't have a second camera, or you might want to use it if you want to do something like, well, for example, I'll just quickly show you. If you wanted to, should have had this a little bit more prepared, but let me just go to it now because it won't take 1 second. So if I want to go to share my phone camera, for example, to give you a little tour of what my studio looks like, which you might want to do. This is quite a common sort of use case. If I click over to that now, there we go. So there you can see, there's my my monitor. I've got my old 2013 MacBook sitting over at the side, and then there you go. There is my my Canon camera. Incidentally, I normally film these videos at 4 a.m. But today, as you can see, it's a bit later, so the kids are up, which means there is a high likelihood that there might be the pitter-patter of 3 feet, or rather 3 pairs of feet. 3 feet would be a bit weird. 3 pairs of feet in the living room above me. So I do apologize in advance for any slight noise that we get from that. But that is how you can use your camera, as your phone rather, as a second camera. It's a great way to repurpose an old phone. So this is an old 5S. Yeah, it's getting put to use as a second camera and also as a second or third stream deck, but I'll show you about that later as well. So back to those scenes. We've got the full frame, the screen share, top down, and the phone camera. And then the final one is if you're going to be doing live streaming, then you may want one of those sort of holding pages, the live stream countdown timer. So I'm going to show you how you can build that scene and build it out with the countdown, with some music and things like that, and some graphics on there as well. So just in case you're not sure what I'm talking about, this would be something like this one. So yeah, when you're waiting for your stream to start, something like this with some music in the background, your timer and so on. And so yeah, we'll build this one out as well. So let's start from. I muted my own mic there by accident. Let's start from the beginning, and I'll share my screen with you again, and then let's build this all out. So let me just hide some of these so that you don't have to see them all. Now, yeah, so we'll start with a blank scene. So we just go up to here, scene, new empty scene. And as a default, it will just use whatever your default camera is. And then in here, you can see that my camera is my EOS 60D, but I could equally select my other Logitech camera that I've got plugged in. And incidentally, if you have got a camera that you're using and you want that to be your default camera, if you've got multiple cameras, then you would just come down here and click select default camera. And that just makes that your default. So whenever you start a new scene, it brings that camera in. Now, there are some options with the scenes. Let me just call this one. Got my keyboard, oops, a daisy, a little bit too far out of the way for me to reach here. Move a little bit closer, that'll help. So let's call this scene, just call it main. This is our main scene. And there are a couple of other options with the scene. So you can click in source and you could change it between either a blank scene, the camera, the screen share. Now that's sharing all of my screens by default, but we'll come back to this when we talk about the screen share afterwards, actually. Or you can have it as a video file if you just want a video to play as part of the whole scene. So we'll start with a blank scene, or rather I say a blank screen. It's not a blank screen. It's a blank scene with just my camera. So what I want to do now is I want to just get rid of this quite glaring background. So as I say, I'll just come up here and I'll toggle on green screen. And then I want to just come into here. It defaults to this sort of brick background that you may have seen in some other demos and things like that. But you can basically choose any file. There are some that come stock with it. So if you want a beach background, personally I would avoid anything like this except for the odd joke. It doesn't necessarily look the best, certainly not for meetings or things like that. So then there's different ones like this. In the video about green screen, which I've mentioned, that I'll mention again and put the link to in the description, you've got to be careful if you are using green screen. Things like this, it looks obviously wrong, doesn't it? And it's all to do with the camera position from my camera is different to the camera position that was used to take the picture behind me. Also, the lighting is very different in terms of tone and things like that. So I explained that all of that in the other video, but yeah, just something to be careful of when you are doing any green screen stuff. So I have actually got this background, which is the one I'm using. So I'll just stick to that, which sort of slightly matches more my the sort of tones that I've set up in terms of the camera settings and things like that. But the sort of finer detail of that I'll leave for another video. We're just going to go through now the actual process of setting these scenes up. So that's our main scene. Let's say we also want to have, in fact, let me go back to that list, which ones we were going to set up. So the next one would be a screen sharing scene. So if I come back here now to our new scene, main it was, wasn't it? That was a new one from older. So yeah, the scenes, you can just drag them around if you want to reorder them in the scenes panel. And you can also, which is I think quite useful, group them into folders. So if we wanted to have a collection of scenes, in fact, if I just create the next one first, I'll go scene, new empty scene, and then I'll call this one screen share. Screen share. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call these demo, because when we come to the Streamdeck part of it, I need to be able to identify these to show you how we can pick them. So I'll put them as demo just so that we can be clear about which ones they are. So yes, I can move these around and put this one up at the top as well. And if you did want to group these together, you can come down to the bottom here and you can see this little, you can either add new scenes from here as well, or duplicate scenes, or you can add a new group of scenes. So I could add in here my scenes. You can call them what you want, but then I can just simply drag those in. So you can see how I how I'd done that with my collections of scenes that I had before. So I've got them grouped by different use cases, and then even within those, you can have folders within folders. If you do have a lot of scenes, it just helps to organize them. But I'll keep them simple for now and keep them out of there. So we've got our demo screen sharing, and then we've got our screen. I beg your pardon, I've called that the wrong one. That was the demo main, wasn't it? That really confused me for a minute there. So that's our demo main. That's our demo screen sharing. And I'll just delete this one because that was one I made earlier for some reason. So the screen sharing, we're just going to go to the source and we're going to change from camera to screen share. So now we've got our screen share. When you are screen sharing, you can choose between different things. You can either show the specific display. So I've got two displays, and as you can see in here, there's one of them over here and there's one of them over the other side. So you can show primary display. So that will show whichever is set up as your main display, or you can change it to your secondary display. Now what you can also do is, in fact, if I just move that display over for 1 second, I'll come to a new thing. In fact, there you can see I've got my little Streamdeck panel open for our little demonstration later. What you can do in the screen sharing though, is you can actually select to share, close my preview down, you can actually select to share a specific application. So rather than the secondary display, you could say the current application, and that will just share what is open. And what that does is actually, as you move that around, it adjusts the image to make sure that it keeps it always centered and framed in the shot. But for now, I'm going to actually set that as the full screen. So we'll select the secondary display again. So now, as you can see, that's showing my full screen over there. If I just change over to a different window, you can see that's now got all of my my screen in it. You can see also that it's put a picture-in-picture of my my camera in here. I've got my mouse on the wrong screen there. You can see we've got this this picture-in-picture. Let me just move that preview out of the way. It's got this picture-in-picture. You can move this around anywhere. And what we want to do is we want to have this screen share, as I showed you, well, something similar to this. Something similar to that is what we're trying to achieve. So what we need to do is we need to have, rather than that screen be full screen, we need it to be a part of a screen. Now, this is the one thing which I either can't see or there isn't a feature, but I can't see how to just add a screen sharing in a separate window. What you can do is you can swap between these two. So I can make, this is now my little window and this is my sort of background. Oh, look at that. You can see the top of my screen share. That's really, my green screen. It's really broken the illusion now, hasn't it? In fact, let me fix that. You don't want to be looking at that. I'll put this back to this one. So yeah, you can see that now I've got my screen sharing is my picture-in-picture, whereas my main camera is the feed that you've got there. So what we're going to want is that we want this something like that. But what I can't actually make it do as yet, either through my own ineptitude or through a lack of a feature, and I'm thinking it's the latter, to be honest, is I want to have that there, and I just want to have the camera as a separate pop-out window that I can put sort of next to it so that we can replicate something like I showed you in my my example there. So the only way that I've been able to find to do this is actually just add the camera in again as a second feed. So if I do that as an overlay, I'm going to come down to the bottom. My Streamdeck just swapped straight out of my Ecamm Live controls there. But down at the bottom here, you can see these overlays. I can add in a camera overlay. So I'm going to click on that one. And that's now popped in a camera overlay over the top of that one. And in fact, let's try something a little bit different with this. Let's try and make it so that we've got this one, because this is a good opportunity to show you the controls that you have over the camera. So obviously I can select the camera, but you can also change the aspect ratio. So that's the dimensions, how wide compared to how tall it is. So if I go from here and I can change to, instead of widescreen, you could change it to a more sort of 4:3, like old school TV aspect ratio, or you can go to square, make it a square, or we could have it as tall. So that one. So there you can see it's more like that, which that would be a good shot for a mobile shot. In fact, we'll have a look at that afterwards. Or you can make it a round camera, something like that. If you wanted it in the corner, you were doing screen demos, then that's quite a popular one. Or you can actually just make it completely custom. So if you click custom, then basically what you can do is you can just drag it into absolutely any shape you want. So I tell you what, for this one, let's make this as a tall one, and we'll have a view that is, if we ignore the camera in the background, all we'll see is the desktop image from the screen sharing, and then we'll see this one here. Maybe make that a little bit smaller, but we'll play around with that when we make the overlay. So it's just to give us an idea in terms of what we actually need to make for our overlays. So I hope that makes sense. Hopefully, if it doesn't yet, it will do a little bit later. So we've got our main view, and we've got our sort of desktop demo view. And then let's have a look at what the next one we said we were going to make was a top-down shot. Well, actually, a top-down shot, we could have something very similar to that last one that we just did. But let's say we're going to change some of the shape of it a little bit. So let's come for that one. In fact, let's look at a new way to make out these scenes. So we'll start from here, and then let's just go to... start with this blank one again, and we'll come down to this plus sign because we're just going to add a blank screen, and again it defaults to this green screen. Incidentally, the settings that you create for the camera are specific to that scene. So when it brings in a new scene, it will have like no green screen on it. But if you remember from this one, when I added this camera in as an extra camera, it's remembered the settings of the camera from this scene, which is the way you'd want it really, because you might want to have different scenes with different backgrounds. But then if you're adding the camera into the same scene, then the green screen background you would probably want to be the same on a scene by scene basis, if that makes sense. So anyway, let's go to our new scene, and this is going to be our top down scene. So let's say for this, we're going to start with a blank canvas. Now we want to add in our top-down camera. So let's come down to the bottom for our cameras, and we'll click on that. And then we're going to select in here that we want this. This is my Logitech. Now, incidentally, when I went and did my NDI source for, sorry, skipping ahead to the method there, but when I did my source for my top-down camera, my mobile camera that I showed you earlier, that popped up here. And look, that's my wife's old mobile that I've pinched there for the case of this. So if I click my HD webcam, my Logitech webcam rather, this is our top-down shot. And again, you can see it's keeping that scale. And if I drag the corner, but we might want this to be a square. In fact, let's see if we can make this something a little bit different. So we'll make this one perhaps like a top-down cam like that, and then we're going to want our self in. And it's interesting, you can see, or useful rather, you can see how it's put that sort of blue bounding box as a sort of guide, so that you can see how close it is to the edges, and you can sort of line things up with that. I'm actually going to put another square camera in here, so I'll come back down to the camera at the bottom, click on that one, and then let's come up here and we'll change this to a square as well. So just sort of having some ideas here about how we can make this work. So you might want to do something where you're doing a side by side, where you're doing a demo of your desktop or something like that. So there we go. We'll put that one, put this one here like this. And let's get rid of that background again. I'm just going to stick with my default background just so that it's consistent. Another thing I should point out actually about the green screen, just quickly, because it is quite a useful feature, is if you have a green screen which is sort of narrow and just covers behind you, but your camera is a lot wider, I think I can demonstrate this if I change my aspect ratio. I'm going off topic a little bit here, but I think it's useful to see this. Because actually my green screen does not go all the way to the top of my frame. So I definitely had it earlier, didn't I, when I was, in fact, let me change this to square. Hopefully this should be quite clear what I'm trying to do when I've finished. Let me unmask edges. It's there anyway. So can you see there's this little white patch at the top? Well, that's basically the top of my green screen. That's where my green screen ends, and there's actually the wall behind it. So it's not normally an issue because that happens to be cropped out of frame. But if it isn't cropped out of frame for you, you might even have one of these sort of small, narrow green screens that literally just covers behind you, and you've got big expanses of space on either side that are in shot that you want to apply your background to. Well, very cleverly in Ecamm Live, if you click on green screen, you can see how it's gone to the edge of the green screen, but we've got that gap. Well, you can simply click on this little one here, mask edges, and it fills that all in for you. So you don't need to have a green screen that fills your scene in order to have your background fill the entire background. I hope that makes sense. Sorry for that digression, but I thought it might be a little bit useful for some of you. So this is back to the square, and we want to resize that so that we're sort of the same size as the others. I could actually just put one over the other. Now here's a thing that's worth mentioning. What I was going to do is put this one over the top of that and just scale it till it's exactly the same size, but you can see how it's actually behind each other. And that's because anything that you add into the scene is sort of stacked and layered. And when you come into your overlays on this side, you can see that they're listed in a particular order. Well, that is the order of the layers. So anything that is at the top is at the topmost of the stack of overlays, and anything that's further down than that is at the bottom. So if I wanted this image here, or this overlay, this camera, to be above the other one, I would simply grab it from here and drag it up to the top. So now you can see it's popped to above the other one. So now it's below it, and now it is above it. So all I was going to do here is just to get these so that they're the same size. I thought, well, I'll just pop them into here, and then I can drag them out. Drag them so that they are exactly the same size. And now when they're side by side, it should look a lot better, a lot neater, because they will be the same size. Right, so there we go. So that is now, I'm going to just double click in that one and call that one demo. And what's that one? That's top down, isn't it? Top down. Okay. Now that camera one, by the way, so we've got, if I come back to these, so we've got our full frame, we've got our screen sharing, and we've got our top down. Now we want to do our phone camera. So maybe a good way to do that would be something similar to this other one. So we want something similar to that, but instead of being done in this way, we want to have the camera there and maybe our main shot here. So I'll use this as an example. I've shown you how you can use your camera sort of landscape, your phone camera landscape as a as a camera. But for this example, let's just say that we want to actually use it to demo anything that happens to be on our screen on the phone. So what we'll do here is we'll do a new blank scene again. So click the plus, and then we'll call this one demo phone. Again, I'm just calling them all demo because we'll be linking our Streamdeck to this so that we can just click between them as I'm doing. In fact, maybe now it might be a good time to show you exactly what I'm doing, just so that it makes sense while I'm talking. I'll go over Streamdeck a lot more a bit later, but this will perhaps just help. So here is what I control my Ecamm Live with. Actually, I use this one, and I've also got this one here. And I've got Streamdeck on a mobile as well. I'm actually using this one to flick between the slides. So where I bring up my slides, like if I press this button here, it's just brought me back to this scene. And if I press top down, it's brought me to here. And I can activate all my overlays and things like that. So things like, once again, I could activate my, don't forget to like and subscribe is that button. So when I click that, it comes up. So if you are finding this useful, now might be the time to go and hit the like button or subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you get notified when there are any other videos coming out. And I've also got my animated overlays, so my Buy Me a Coffee link. So that's probably the easiest way to support the channel, is to go to buymeacoffee.com/take1tech. And that's a way that viewers can support the channel if they're finding the content useful. But that's all done from the Streamdeck. And I'm going to show you how you can basically do all of this and create these icons and everything for your scenes as well. So if I come back to the phone shot, so as you can see that before I had the phone as a camera. So if I flick over to my camera, I'm now activating the camera on my my little phone. And then when I press the camera button on here, I've got this one that's my mobile. You can see that it is now my camera view. But what you might want to do is you might want to have this as a vertical. Say you were going to do so now I've turned my camera around, but that doesn't quite fit on the screen, does it? So what I thought we could do here is we could make a I've just muted myself, by the way. I thought what we could do is we could make a view that was more kind of like a vertical aspect view. So for the camera view, we'll make one that's our picture. And then like if you were going to show, for example, like an app or something like that, then it would be useful for that. So let's get that done, shall we? If we go over to our demo scene here for the phone, And sorry, take my buy me a coffee link off there. If we go to the demo for the phone, and what we want to do for this is let's just build it out from scratch again. So let's do the source as blank. And here we want to have, maybe we can actually duplicate this one. And what we want to do here is change this one we want to be our phone source. So let's change that to be our phone. So now you can see I've got my full camera, my full phone picture. And then let's change this one. Let's make the source blank, and then we'll just add in just purely the camera. There we go. I'll drag this one out here, something like that. We can play around with the exact sizing and positions of these afterwards. And now you can see that the phone's gone behind it. So we'll drag that one down there. So now the phone is above it. So yeah, it's a bit hard to see this perhaps with it being black on the black background. But once we've got our overlay in place, it'll all make a lot more sense. So finally, which other scene did we have to do? We said we were going to make a countdown timer, which is something like this, as I showed you earlier. So what we need for that is, well, all we've got at the moment is the picture. So let's come and just create another blank scene. I'll come back to this one first, and we'll do Daisy. That seems like it's not quite remembered where we are with it, isn't it? There we go. Something's happened to that demo phone one, hasn't it? Well, never mind. Let me just move on, and we'll come back to that one if it's still not working later. So we'll come and add a new scene, and this, all we're going to do for this one is here we go. So we'll call this demo countdown. Right, and for this one, all we want is, again, we'll start with a blank scene, and we'll add a picture. Whoops, I added the wrong thing there. I wanted a camera, not a picture. And let's just make this square for now. We can change it around afterwards. Square, and we're going to actually put an overlay which will cover this entirely anyway. So you'll see how we'll do that after. So let's just add the green screen again to get rid of that background. And so yeah, what we're going to have here is some sort of big overlay. We're going to have a little picture in. And the reason, by the way, why people have a picture in and the timer is because it just adds a bit of visual clues to the video that there's something actually happening, rather than you could just have a placeholder. But this is the one that I would normally have, and this is what we're going to build out. So yeah, that's where we are. So now we've got our main scene, we've got our demo screen where we're demoing the beg your pardon, that's the screen share. I think I might have changed the wrong one there. Well, there we go. I've made my first blunder of the lesson. So what I did is I went back to reference the old screen, and I ended up just writing over that. So that's why we've got this blank demo phone. This one here is actually all of that I've just shown you applies, but just don't write over your old work. That'll be a good way to explain why we should lock our scenes, and I'll be talking about that later. So in fact, let me just quickly pause this recording for 1 second, and by the magic of technology, you'll join me when I've sorted the problem out. There we go. You're back. So what I had done is I showed you how to create this scene, the one that we're going to use for our screen sharing, hadn't I? But then what I did is when I was showing you how to do the mobile one, I actually just deleted this entirely. So yeah, that was the error I made there. So I've just been in and corrected that. So now we have got these 5 scenes. We've got our main scene. We've got our screen sharing scene, the one that I just accidentally wrote over. We've got our demo with the top-down camera with 2 side by side. We've got our demo for the phone with the phone there, and then we've got our countdown timer. So what do we want to do now? We need to actually go and make the overlays for these scenes. So let's just recap those just quickly so that you can remember what we're doing. We're going to make a border around this one. we are going to for the screen sharing, we're going to have a border, but with sort of like a picture-in-picture sort of style to it. Then we've got the top down, which is two next to each other. So we're going to have a background and then a border around these ones as well. And then we've got this one is going to be very similar to that screen sharing one. In fact, we can probably use the exact same template for the overlay, just having different things in each window. And then we've got our countdown timer. So what I'll do now is I'll stop sharing for a moment and I'll go and open Keynote, because if you're using Ecamm Live, then you will have the ability to get Keynote for free if you haven't got it already on your computer, because it is a free application from Apple, and it is it's presentation software, but it is it can do so much more than that in terms of graphics. And in fact, what we're also going to do is look at how you can use it to create other graphics, not just the scenes as well, but some other graphics like overlays and things like that, lower thirds. In fact, I've got a slide for that as well, haven't I? So I should probably go through that. Let's talk about the overlays that we're doing. We're going to create those frame overlays for the scenes that we've just set up. We're also going to create a lower third. So that's the thing like this that you have at the bottom. And that one is a static lower third. So I'm going to show you how to do that in Keynote. So if you want to just have this that you can pop over the bottom, if you've got, maybe you're doing interviews and you've got panelists, you want to have names for them, I'll show you how you can do that in Keynote. But if you want to get a bit fancy and actually animate that, then we're going to show you how you can animate that as well. In fact, if you want to see how it looks animated, that's the animation I had at the beginning. So all of my intro title sequence has been done in the animation in Keynote. But if you watch at the end of it, you'll just see that this lower third actually animates in and out. So I can show you what that looks like now. I just totally went over the top of my my animated lower third there for a minute. Let me just deactivate that so that you can see it a bit better. 1 second. I pressed too many buttons. You can have, it turns out you can have too many buttons. I'll play that again just so that you can see what I'm trying to demonstrate. With the title sequence, after the title sequence, the lower third should animate in. And now I've changed to the wrong scene. It's all going wrong. It's all coming off the rails. So that's what I'm talking about. This little animation here of the overlay coming in. That's all of that mess there was to just show you that you can animate these, and you could do it in Keynote, and it's not difficult. There are all kinds of animation programs that you can get if you want to learn those and take a big deep dive into that sort of software. But for me personally, Keynote's just something that I'm familiar with. I've used it for work, for presentations and things like that, and so it was pretty straightforward to build out in Keynote. And I think you'll agree when we go through and do it, it is pretty simple. So without further ado, let's get stuck into it. In fact, let's just come back and have a little look, because as well as the animated overlays that we're going to make in Keynote, I'll also then go on to talk about music overlays, so how you can incorporate those into specific scenes and use them for scene timings as well. And then also we'll have a look at organizing your assets. So in graphical terms, when you've created all these different things like different images, videos and things like that. We call them assets. So it's a case of how you organize all of those so that everything works smoothly and you have them all nicely organized within Ecamm, but also within your computer. So let's get onto it. So let's open Keynote. If I come over to my screen sharing, and then I'm going to start with Keynote, and I'll open a new file. New. Whoops daisy, where's that gone now? There we go. Right, so what will happen when you open Keynote is it will open a page like this. And there are a couple of different things you can do here. First of all, if you were making a presentation, there's all different templates and things like that, but we're just going to start and use a blank one. I have done a video specifically about how you can do some things in Keynote. But here we're going to go through start to finish how to make all of these overlays in Keynote. So the other videos that I've done specifically about Keynote, I'll link to in the description or in the top corner as well. So one thing you need to make sure you do is if you're doing a for video purposes is just make sure you've got this size correct. So we're doing overlays for a sort of typical video output. So we want this 16 by 9. So make sure you click that there. You can change it later, but let's just get it right from the outset. And then we want to have this as a blank template. So either white or black, it doesn't matter. We're going to do something different with the background anyway. So now we've got our blank template. Now, with these overlays, we're going to have them where they are obviously over the top of our scenes. And so we want the background, or we want to be able to see through them, because these are frames that are going over the top of our scenes. Now, as a default, the background will be a solid color. But what we can do here is you can change between solid or no fill. So if it's no fill, then that will effectively be transparent. With Keynote, you can add more slides down the side. So this is the sort of slide viewer. If you don't have that one open, then just toggle this little thing at the side. So you may have a view that looks more like this. So if you want to see all your different slides, then come up to the View menu and click Navigator. That's quite useful to be able to see down all the different slides you've got, because we are going to make a few different ones for each of those scenes. And we want to make them transparent, but rather than just this one slide, we want to apply this to all of the slides that we're going to make. So in here, you can click on this Edit Slide Master down here. And if you haven't got this panel open, by the way, I should probably just mention that. This is the format panel that we're looking at. So these three here, if I click on that, now we've got the format. It's called an inspector in Apple terminology. This format inspector, or the animate, or the document settings. So we're in the format one here, and we can change the background, or it was just down here that I was mentioning. So click in the Edit Slide Layout. Now, all of these slides that have appeared in the side column are basically different templates that you can use. So when you add a new slide in, you can choose between these different templates. Well, we don't actually want any of these, and so we're going to build out all of our own. So I'll just delete all of these. Now, unfortunately, you can't go in and just highlight them all and delete all of them, as you might be able to do if they were actual slides. You only seem to be able to go and do them one at a time. So I'll save you that wait. Right, so I've deleted all of those other slides that we didn't want, all of those master slides. And now that we've just got one left, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this background setting, and then now I'm going to change, rather than, you can change the colors of the background from anything you want, but we just want this completely blank. So rather than a color fill, I want to change that to no fill. And that means that we're starting with basically a transparent canvas. So anything that we put on it will be over the top of this transparency, which is what we want for what we are creating. Now, once we've done that, we can click Done. So now we've got a blank slide that we want to work with. But we perhaps do actually want something that is going to apply to all of these different templates, don't we? Because we're going to create multiple different scenes. And so it might be an idea to start with something as a base that we're going to use behind all of these scenes. So I'm actually going to go back into that. And one thing you might want to do is have like a background around your border. So if you look at the picture that I've got on my screen now, so I don't mean my actual screen share, I mean the full screen with my little picture in the top corner there, and then we've got this border on the side, and we've got the picture of the Apple display and things like that. Well, you might want to have that as part of a sort of standard image, but we're going to do something a little bit different because, well, first of all, I can't actually share this one with you because it's from Adobe stock. So the image that I've used in here is a licensed image, so I can't make that available to everybody without you actually going and doing it yourself. So I want to create something here which I am freely allowed to share with you, and also that makes it easy for you to go and change this up yourself. So what I thought we'd do is we'd start with a base image in the background that we're going to build our overlay up over on the top of. If this isn't making sense, don't worry, it will do shortly. So what I wanted to do was find an image to use as a background image. Well, there is, as I say, I use Adobe stock, which is something where you pay to have access to the Adobe stock footage and stock image, stock music library. And there is another service you can use though, which is something called Unsplash.com. I will link to that in the description. There are other services like Canva and things like that. There's a lot of people talk about Canva for making graphics and overlays, but that's a subscription service. Whereas if you just want the odd image or so, and I might be wrong on that, there might be a free version of Canva now I come to think about it, but this is specifically not for creation, but just for getting your stock imagery, is unsplash.com. And this isn't an affiliate thing. It's a free site. You can go and sign up for free. And there's basically a huge number of downloadable images. You can just search in whatever you want to search for. And so I just did a search for abstract background. Because we just want something that's going to feature in the background. And I came down here and I thought, which ones of these look nice? And that one sort of took my fancy, this one here. And so I've downloaded that one already. And then we're going to use that as our background. Now, just so that you understand how Unsplash works. So if I come into here, when you click on it, you can download it for free. And just so that you're aware of the licensing, because whenever you are using any sort of content that you've downloaded, you can't always just do a search legally, do a search on Google, grab an image and stick it in your presentation on YouTube. Some things are obviously licensed and you have to be careful about that, specifically with, high quality graphic images and also with music. And incidentally, I suppose now might be a good time, speaking of music, to talk about the music that you've got in your creations and your YouTube videos, because if you do have any music, like I featured music at the beginning and at the end, then Epidemic Sound would be the place that I'd recommend to go to get that music. And you know that they've got a huge library of music there, and you can use any of it in your videos to put on YouTube, knowing that you're not going to get any copyright strikes or anything like that. It really is a great service. It's what I use for my music. And if you use my link, takeonetech.io.epidemic, then you'll be able to get a free trial. And then in terms of the affiliate, what I got from it, because it does help me out a little bit as well. But all it does really is it just adds on an extra month, I think, to my subscription for anybody who signs up that way. So it won't cost you any more. You'll get a free trial of it anyway. And then I would just get an extra month out of it if you do sign up. But it's what I use and what I recommend. I did a video actually about Adobe Stock music, because that is what I did originally when I first started making my videos, because I had the Adobe Stock license. But unfortunately, there was a bit of a hassle to go through for every video to go through and get rid of copyright strikes, even though I technically owned the license. But I'll link to that video as well, because it's worth having a look at if you've already got an Adobe Stock license and you think that might be an easy route to go for music. I ended up signing up to Epidemic myself anyway, but like I said, that's another tale for another video, which I've already made. So I'll link to that in the description. So coming back to here, and just to be totally clear on the licensing for unsplash.com, if you click on here, it tells you the license. And as you can see, where is it? Got the wrong thing highlighted here. So the license is, as it says here, all photos can be downloaded and used for free for commercial and non-commercial purposes. And there's no permission needed, though attribution is appreciated, but not necessarily required. So I've linked to the specific image that I've got from here, so that's in the description, so you can go through and if you want any by the same artist, for example, then you can click on here and you can see who that is. Jeremy Bishop on Unsplash. Thank you very much, Jeremy, much appreciated. And the reason why artists would put their images for free on Unsplash is because they also obviously have a catalog of other images, and if you like their work, then presumably you will click through, you'll see their other catalog, and then maybe they have other images on maybe paid services like Adobe Stock or Shutterstock or things like that. And so it's just a way for them to get their work out there as well, but we benefit from it as well. What is not permitted is, as you can see, photos cannot be sold without significant modification, and compiling photos from Unsplash to replicate or similar or competing services. So we're not allowed to obviously take this image and post it on other ones for our own use and things like that, for our own, to sell it, sell it on. Well, as I'm doing this as a demonstration, and as I'm making all of this content available for free afterwards, and as I'm also giving attribution, I think I've passed all of these criteria here. So that's all to say. What I'm about to show you is totally above board and legal, and that is why I can include this image as well as part of the presentation in the presentation pack. So I think I've covered myself there, don't you? Right, so let's come back to this presentation, because what I want to do is use that image as our background. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my Finder window. Now I've moved that onto a different window here, haven't I? So I need to just bear with me 1 second. I'll drag this over onto this desktop, and I'll drag this desktop back here. There we go. And I've got my example files here. So now what I'm going to do is, as you'll see in a minute, I'm just going to drag, there's that image that I downloaded from Unsplash. Thank you very much again, Jeremy. I'm just going to drop that into the slide. And now that's inserting. And there we go. We've got that image in there. Now I'm just going to zoom out the slide a bit. And let's see where we're going to put this, because I think that this will make quite a nice attractive background to the slide. So there we go. We'll put that around about there. And this is going to be the base then on which we're going to build. So this is a good point to mention that when we've built out all of our different scenes and slides and things like that, if you want to change these to make them your own, or you don't really like these colors or this slide or anything like that, all you need to do to change the background of all of your slides is to come over here, to click on Edit Slide Layout, and you just delete this, and you put in a completely different image, and it will change it on all of these overlays. Okay, I'll mention that again at the end because it's quite important when you get all of these downloads. As I say, I'm going to provide all of the actual frames that we make as images, but I'm also going to provide this Keynote file so you can go in and edit it yourself, because you probably don't want everybody using all the same same overlays, so it'll just allow you to go in and make this your own. I'll mention it again at the end and you'll see exactly what I mean about it. In fact, we perhaps even will do a little demo of that just so you can see how easy it is. But for now, we're going to come out of the master editor, and we're going to think about those scenes that we want. Well, the first one we had, if you can remember, was the front on face on scene, and we just said, well, we're just going to put a border on it. Well, it's very easy. We'll come up here to shape at the top. So we'll click on this shape button here, and we'll click on, let's make it a rounded rectangle. I'm making them rounded rectangles. You could have it square, you could have it circle, or, beg your pardon for knocking the mic and making a bit of noise there. I'm using rounded rectangles because there's something I want to show you a little bit later on, which can be an issue if you're using multiple cameras in the same window with rounded corners that are overlapping specifically, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. I'll tell you about that afterwards. Now, another little tip, you can obviously drag this shape to be whatever shape you want, and we can make this as a cutout for our overlay. But there is one slight problem with this, is, well, not a problem, but something you might want to think about, is if you are using those specific camera sizes in Ecamm Live, so the 19:6 or whatever it was, I think 9:6, then you want this to be the same size as that. So we can actually specify an exact size. So let's say we wanted this to be like a, the same sort of aspect ratio as the screen. Then if I come over to the arrange, it's called arrange, but you can actually, it's arrange and size really. So you can change the exact position of it. But what we want to do is we want to keep this to that particular aspect ratio. Now, the easiest way to do that is a standard size would be 1920 by 1080. So if I put that in, I would know that that would be exactly the same aspect ratio, 1920 by 1080. So there we go. That's made it exactly the same size as sort of HD basically. But now the problem is it's too big. However, by setting that size first, we can then come and click on this constrain proportions, and then whatever we do to change the size, it will always lock it in. So I can drag my mouse anywhere and it will lock it to that aspect ratio. And that's just a good way to actually get into the process of having it as a sort of fixed aspect ratio. So I'll just drag this out to make it a little bit bigger. So in fact, let me just zoom in. My screen might help a little bit so you can see a bit better as well. If I make that like that, and then I'm going to just color the thing itself, the shape itself. So if I come into style, I'm going to do color fill on this one, and we're going to make it just black, because all we're going to do afterwards, just makes it easy to see which bits to remove. All we're going to do afterwards is we're going to actually delete that black. There's one thing that you can't do at the moment in Keynote. You can do some transparency of images. So like if I wanted to make that transparent, I could come and click on this color wheel here. And then if I drag my color palette over, which should pop up, you can see I can actually make it transparent, but it's not making the background transparent. It's only making that particular shape. And what we want to do is we want to actually make this whole thing transparent so that we can see through it to the camera that is behind us. So we're going to have to do that actually afterwards outside of Keynote, but I'll show you how to do that. And let's just make these corners not quite so rounded, make it a little bit less. And we might want to put a border around that as well. So that's done over here. We've got the border control. So I'll click into here and no border. So we want to change that to a line. And then we want to select the color of the line. So let's just make it white so that it pops out quite nicely from the background. Make that white. And then we perhaps want to make it a bit bigger. So it's 5 points at the moment. Let's make that, let's say 10. You can either type it or you can use the little up and down arrows. So if I make my screen a bit bigger, hopefully you can see that a little bit better. So that is the border that we've got for that one. Can't seem to get it so that it's just zoomed enough for you to be able to see it without it being too far zoomed out, but never mind. One other thing about Keynote is there is some sort of snapping. So if you just drag this across, you'll see when it snaps onto that center vertical line there, that yellow one, and you can move it up and it will snap onto that line there as well. So now we know that that is dead centered in the picture. So I think that looks about right for our border. So what you've got to imagine is in our full frame shot, if I just flick over to that one, that's basically going to be a border that is all around our screen. So let's go back and think about the others that we had to build out. In fact, let's just refresh our memory, shall we? Or rather, let me refresh my memory. We also said that we were going to do this screen sharing one, didn't we? So what that one needs is we need to have a sort of border around the actual camera. And then we also need a border for where the screen is going to be. So let me come back over to my screen sharing again. And what we could do here is we could actually use this one as a starting point, and we could come up to this one. And if we just right click on it and then we click on duplicate, now you can see we've got two of them in the sidebar. And so what we want is we want to have the screen sharing was sort of a little bit smaller. So if I click into here and I'll drag the corner, and it's remembering that sort of aspect ratio, we'll put that there. And then the other camera was vertical, wasn't it? So we want that one in the side. Now what we could do, because we've got this aspect ratio, the correct way for it being landscape, but we want portrait. If you press down Command and drag any item on the screen, it will should duplicate it. I beg your pardon. It's the Option key, not the Command key. Press down the Option key and drag it. You can see how it's made a duplicate of that. But we want this the other way around. Well, an easy way to do that is if we come to the corner here, you can see we can scale it in and out. But if you press down the Command key then, you can see it changes to that little icon for rotating it. So I'll hover over there, change it to rotate, and now I can turn it around, and you get that little marker to tell you how many degrees you've turned it. So you can change it to, let's make that 90 degrees. So it's perfectly straight. And if you can't get it exactly right, then you can always come into the Arrange tab here at the top, and then you click into the rotation. There we go. I wasn't quite right. So just make that 90. So now we've got a window that is 90, and we want to just reduce the size of that. I hope this is all making sense. If by the way, you have any issues with anything I'm talking about before or after and can't quite follow along, or you've got any problems with the downloads or anything like that, then do feel free to reach out to me either in the comments below or through my website, takeonetech.io. In fact, it's probably a good time to mention it, isn't it? So yeah, my website is takeonetech.io. And you can go there. If you come up into the top, then I've got the store, which is where I have my own icon packs and things like that. There's only one up there at the moment, actually, and I will be doing some other overlay packs and things like that as well that will be available in the store. But I would urge you to download this free one and see if you can't just actually make them yourself, because I'm hoping that you'll find that it's quite straightforward. So I don't want to do myself out of sales really, but I'm really not about the sales. But sometimes people just want icon packs and don't want to have to spend the time doing it. So those, as I build them out, will be available in my store. But yeah, if you want to contact me, just at the bottom here, you can see in my little window of the website window, just at the very bottom, that yellow button, that's a little chat feature. So you can always click on that and send me a message. And if it's the daytime, then I'm usually on top of that to be able to respond to you. So that's the easiest way to sort of get directly in contact with me if you've got any questions about this pack or anything else that we're covering today. So with that said, let's get back to the video and the screen sharing. So there we've got our one, and if you remember, we'd created those two different scenes, which were going to be the same. So this overlay here, we're going to use it for, if I come back to this one, we're going to use that for our screen sharing. So it will go over the top of this. And we're also going to use it for the phone view that we had, which is this one. And the next one we had was a top-down view. So let's go ahead and make that one next. Flick back over to Keynote. And what I'm going to do now is let's just do the duplicate function again, because that's the easiest. And then I'll just grab this shape here and let's make it a square. So let's say we want these to be square. Then we'll go to the Arrange tab at the top. And then you can see the size of it here. A bit of an odd size. But let's say we want to just make them 850 by 850. I've typed that wrong there. It's because I've got constrained proportions, that's why. So if you want to change it from that locked aspect ratio, do make sure to toggle that one off. It's almost like I made that mistake on purpose, isn't it? There you go. So toggle the constrained proportions, and now we can make it 850 by 850. And there, we've got ourselves a nice little square. But now we want one for the other side. So let's just highlight that this one here, and then we'll just press delete to get rid of it, and then we'll drag this one. So remember to press the Alt or Option key and drag it across. Another key you can hold down is if you hold down the Shift key at the same time, it will lock it onto the same either horizontal, the same diagonal path, or the same vertical path. So it's got that sort of snap to it. So I'm holding down Option and Shift to move that around. And then now that I've got those two next to each other, if you highlight two objects, like that, so I've clicked Shift to highlight them both and now drag the two of them together, that centering feature still works on multiple items as well. So now you can see by highlighting the two of them, I've got those two things absolutely centered horizontally and vertically, so it'll just look right on the screen, won't it? So what's next? The next one was we were going to do a countdown timer. Nearly forgot about that. So for this one, let's make an entirely new slide because we want to have that little, I think round would work well with this background. So here we'll just go up to here and click Add New Slide. The benefit of getting rid of all of those slide masters before is that it means you've only got one in the picker. If you had multiple different slide masters with different styles and layouts and things like that, then they would all appear here. So let me click in that blank one. So now we've got a blank slide, and I think that looks quite nice actually for a background. So what we'll do now is we'll add in where we're going to have our cutout. So I'll click in the shape. Let's make a nice round one. As I say, I think it would work well with that. Again, if I just click a corner and drag, I can drag this sort of shape from a circle. It will become an ellipse. But if I hold down the Shift key, it will lock it into that aspect ratio as well. So I can make it, just drag it and it will remain as a circle. So let's make this, how big do we want it? I don't know. I think it works quite well actually with that little sort of sweeping curve to the bottom there. So I'll leave that about that size. And we want to put a border on that as well, I think. So let's go back to the Style tab. And I'll go to color fill. Oh, it's already on color fill, but I'll change that color to black. So I'll just go to the color picker. There's one thing that I often get caught out with on a Mac, and I don't know if it's just me, but when you click in something, like if I want to change the color here, you have to make sure that this little sort of color wheel icon next to it is highlighted. So you might have somewhere, in fact, let me just activate a border on here just to show you what I'm talking about, because it sometimes catches me out even after, decades of use. I still get caught out by it. can you see how this one has got this slight green highlight to it? Behind the actual color wheel, it's highlighted green, whereas this color wheel down here is highlighted gray. And what that means is in this color picker, the Apple color picker that pops up, what we are changing now is this color here. So if I click in here and we say we want that to be black, and we click black, so that's pretty obvious, isn't it? But now say I wanted to change this border, and so I click in here and I thought, maybe I don't want one of those colors, maybe I want that color, but maybe I actually want to change that to white. You would think that because I've just been selecting this color out of this palette, that this would also be the active palette for that little drop down, but it isn't, because we're still highlighted in this part here. So what you have to make sure, if you want to change the line color, is you would actually activate the color wheel button here and then you can change the color. Do you see what I mean? Now, this may be just me, I don't know, but if you are new to a Mac, it's something that I think might infuriate you if you don't know how to change it. So I thought I'd just mention it, and apologies if it is a very simple thing, but it still gets me. I still find myself clicking and thinking, why isn't the color changing? But there you go, I digress. So the line border, we've got our black background that we're going to remove afterwards, and then we've also got our border. So let's go ahead and change that to white so that it looks the same as the other one. And it has remembered actually that the previous line weight that we had for our last border was 10. So it's remembered that from the last object we added. And so that can go there. Now this might be a good time to add in a little think about where we're going to put the clock and any text on the scene as well. And you might want to have a whole section. I mean, you could have something here where you actually put in the details of the stream or something like that. But for now, I'm just going to keep things simple and show you how to add in some text. So we'll go to the text at the top up here, and we'll click on that one, and we'll just click in text. And now we've got a little text box, a little teeny tiny text box. So we'll drag that to make it a bit bigger. And then let's also change the typeface and the size of that. So in fact, we'll leave the typeface as it is. Obviously, you may have your own branding and own style and things like that you want to use. Do make sure that you are consistent with those things across all of the things that you do for your videos. But for now, we'll just leave it with Helvetica, the very plain and unimaginative Helvetica. But we'll make this text a little bit bigger. So let's say 300. Is that going to be a bit on the big side there? So let me just drop that down to 100, because all we're going to write here is stream starting soon. So we'll go into here and I'll just type stream starting soon ... There we go. So it's automatically wrapped down onto the bottom line because I had actually selected a width. So if I drag this out, you can see how it's just changing the width of that there. Might want to make that a bit bigger. A shortcut for that is to press Command plus to increase the size, or Command minus to reduce it. So we'll put that there. It perhaps doesn't pop out quite enough off that background. I don't know what you think about that, but it could perhaps have a bit more definition. So I'll click on that text again, and then I'll go up to the text up at the top here. And then I'm going to come down to the different controls we've got. So I don't know if I made this clear before, but this is where we change the typeface, the bold, underline, and so on, and the font weight. There we go. And then we can also do things like, alignment and stuff like that you're probably familiar with if you've used Office applications and things like that. So I won't bore you with that detail. But if you want to add a shadow to it, it's perhaps not immediately obvious, but it's this little cogwheel just here. So just next to where you've got the bold and italics, you've got this little cogwheel, and that allows you to do some extra things. So if I click in here, you can change things like the character spacing and the baseline, and adjusting things like that, superscript, subscript, and so on. But we won't get into too much of that. But the two that you might be interested in is either outline. So if I click on that, you shall see what happens. Again, let me change the color of that just so that I'll change this back afterwards, but I'll just show you what I'm doing. So I've got a black outline now, and if I just increase the size of that, hopefully you can see it's just outlining the text basically. And so we could leave that, or we could go to shadow. So I can drop shadow, and oops, come out from here. I think I've just dropped out of that window for a minute. So where was I? Oh, the shadow. There we go. It's put in the shadow now at the bottom, and then you can change the. In fact, let me just take off the outline so it's clear what we're changing here. You can change the sort of offset of the shadow, how many pixels it is. So the further that is away, the further it moves. You can also change the opacity, the blur, so how much it's spread out. Hopefully you can see what's happening with that as I click the blur up and down. And then the other thing you can change is the angle, so the angle of the shadow behind the text. So yeah, it's up to you where you put this. And if you have it too far away, it doesn't really help it pop out. So I tend to have it, if I have these on, is maybe something like 10 pixels or something like that. There we go. And I like to have them sort of pop quite a lot. So I tend to have quite a low blur. Excuse me. And there we go. Something like that. It just helps the text to pop out. So if I just toggle that on and off, you can see without it. And then if I toggle it back on again, you can see that it's, oops, daisy. I've seemed like it didn't actually remember that then. I'll put that back. Hopefully you shall see this. If I put that to 10 again. Don't quite know why it didn't remember that, but there you go. Once we've set it up, it's done. So hopefully that should just help that text pop out. So when it's on the screen, it will just look a bit better. Bear in mind, when you are adding any text to your overlays, the devices that people are going to be watching your content on. So this might look great when people are watching on a desktop, but when they're watching on a mobile, then yeah, you just have to watch that. And really, watching a demo like this on a mobile is not ideal because I obviously need to show you the full screen to show you all the controls and things. But I'm sure that watching on a mobile, these are looking quite small if you are indeed watching on a mobile. But the same goes for big title screens like this. It's best to try and keep the text as bold and as big as possible so that if people are watching on a small screen, then it is all still readable. So with that in mind, what I might do is actually just make that a bit bigger. One thing you could do is you could capitalize it, and you could either do that manually, as in go and change it all to caps, but you can also do that in the little wheel again, in this capitalization. So let's just say that we want it all caps. So stream starting soon, so it's nice and big and bold and clear. And we could put that centered, or we could just have it over to one side. I'll leave that up to you. And then let's say we're going to put a countdown timer somewhere in this area here. And I'll just leave that blank because the actual countdown timer itself, we're going to do in Ecamm Live. Well, we've hit a bit of a milestone now, because now what we've got is we've got the outline of our overlays for our main window, for our picture-in-picture windows, and for our side-by-side shot, and for our stream starting soon. And I think that they look quite good, to be honest. It's almost like a graphic designer did them, whereas really it's just little old me in Keynote and a free stock image. But all of this sort of background, as I say, you can get that for free from Shutterstock. And what I'll show you now is, let's actually just go and add in another image, and I'll just show you this now so that you can see how easy this is to do before we actually go any further. So let me just come back across to I didn't really prepare for this, but I think it's useful to do now I think about it. Let's just say you didn't like that and you thought that that looked absolute rubbish. Well, perhaps you like this style more. So let's go to this one, and then I'll click on the download button, and we're going to use that as our background image. So I've downloaded that one, and I'll just I'll go back to that and get the link for it after, so I can make sure that I do link to both of these people. Let me just quickly mention his name just in case. Who made that one? J.R. Corpet. So thank you for your image. So let me come back to this scene now. So do you remember I said about you can easily change the background image? Right, well, if I go to get that picture from my downloads, where's it gone? Right here. If I come to this window, sorry, I'm just working on another screen here to get my downloads folder up. Okay, downloads. And so we've got this other image. So what I want to do now is, if I want to change the look of all of these scenes, I can go to Edit Slide Layout. Where we've got this image, I could just literally drag this new image over into this. And then now that has added that image, I would obviously delete the other one. Or you don't have to. You could actually, what you could do, in fact, I'll show you that after as well. So here we go. We've got this one now. I'll just drag that across. So that's now filling the background. Now what we do is we close Slide Master. And look at that. We've got an entirely different look for our overlays. So now we've got 3 overlays with different images in, haven't we? Let's be a bit more clever about this. Let's go to Edit Slide Master again. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate this. And I'll delete this picture from this one. In fact, no, I won't. I'll delete the background picture from that one. And then in this one, I'll delete this one because I do want to make out that first one. So now you can see that we've got 2 different slide masters. And this is a good way to demonstrate. You see how I've reverted back to my original. But if we did want to make this, make a slide with that other one, when we click Add Slide, now you can see we've got both of those. So we can choose between the background. So that is how, if you want to make templates for, you know, perhaps you're doing different productions or things like that, you could make them have just different slide masters and then, change the backgrounds in each one. So I hope you can see how easy that is. You can go to unsplash.com, grab a different background, throw it into the background with a matter of 2 or 3 clicks, and you've completely changed the look of this whole sort of pack of overlays. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you how to get those into Ecamm Live. So that's the next part. How do we get these into Ecamm Live? I'll just delete this one because what we're going to do is we're going to export those. So let's go to File up in the top menu. I've got my Finder window on my other screen completely covering my Ecamm. So I was just checking that you could see me and I'd covered myself up. So we'll go to the File menu. And then in the File menu, you come down to Export to, and we'll go to Export to Images. There we go. And from Export to Images, if you wanted to just export 1 or 2 of these, maybe you'd made some extra, some new slides and you didn't want to export them all, you could just select, from slide 1 to 4 or 1, whichever. But as it happens, we want all of these, don't we? So let's just do like that. You don't need to worry about this one. This is if you were doing a presentation. Bear in mind that this is not a graphics package. It's supposed to be a presentation software. So it's designed for, you've got slides with information on, and maybe you have different scenes and transitions and things like that in Keynote. So this toggle here is basically if you had like multiple things building out in your Keynote presentation, do you want those each exported as a separate image? But in this case, we can just ignore that. In terms of the file format, we want these to be PNG because bear in mind, one thing we haven't done yet is we haven't actually made them as transparencies because we need to have that transparent background to be able to see what's behind. And although the slide masters are transparent, which we'll need later when we make some animated overlays, the actual background at the moment in those black boxes is still solid black, so we need to remove that. And JPEGs can't have transparency, whereas PNGs can. So we're going to export those as PNG. Okay, so and then we don't need this one on at the moment, but later we will. So let's just leave it toggled, export with transparent backgrounds. So now we'll click on Next. And what it's going to do is pop up a little save dialog box, and it's going to ask us where we want to save this to. So let me just go to this folder here. Where is it? Example files. There we go. And there's that Unsplash file. So I'll leave that in the downloads as well, and I'll add that other one to it as well from my desktop. So just to recap all again, all of these things that I'm creating now will be available on the website for free. And so you just go to my website and I'll put a link to it. I'll probably put it in the store actually, but then it will just be a $0 price. So you'll just be able to download it. That might be the easiest way, thinking aloud, for how to make this available so that I've got all the infrastructure there in order to make digital downloads available. So if you go to the store and there'll be a section called free stuff and you'll just be able to download it there. Or if not, I'll route you somewhere else. But all of the links will be in the description. Fear not. All of this stuff will be available. So here we want to call this, what are we going to call this? We're going to call this Ecamm overlays. Right, so those are Ecamm overlays. So if I click export now, Now what that has done is, if I get my Finder window back to show you, now here's my Finder. You can see we've got this folder, Ecamm overlays, and in there we've got a single image for each of those overlays that we've just created, but they've got that black, solid black background. Okay, so what we want to do is remove that. Well, the easiest way to do that is actually in Preview, which is when if you open a file, an image file on your Mac, then it will usually open up in the Preview. So just in case you've got some other some other image editor set as your default, then you just right click on that and click Open with Preview. So there's lots of different image editors that I've got that I could use on here, but I'm just using Preview app. So I do have that set as my default anyway. So let's just highlight all of these like that, and I'll just double click to open them all, and now these should all open up in Preview. Now the question is, where is that window going to appear? Obviously it's appeared on my other monitor. So I'll drag this over to where you can see it, so it makes it a bit easier for you. So here we go. Now these are all opened in Preview, and so now we've got our different scenes, look, our different overlays. So what we want to do, one simple step with each slide, is if we go up to this markup up in the top corner in the toolbar, you click on that and it loads some extra little tools that you can annotate or things like that. Well, the one that you want is this little one hiding over here, which is the Magic Wand or Instant Alpha. It looks like a magic wand, but the tool is actually called Instant Alpha. By the way, in images, an alpha channel is a transparency. So Instant Alpha is going to turn the thing transparent. So what we need to do is we just need to take our mouse and we're going to click in that black area that we want to change. If I click in there, click and hold the mouse and then just drag, and you can see how it's highlighted that area red. If I, still holding down the mouse, dragged further, it would change the sort of sensitivity, if you like, of what was being highlighted, and eventually it would highlight the whole area. But we don't want to highlight the area, we just want that black part highlighted. So highlight that red, and you can see there's these little, I hope you can pick up that, there's these little sort of dotted lines scrolling around it to show that it's been highlighted, and then we just press the delete key. It's turned grey because I've got a grey background to all of my windows, but that now is transparent in the middle, and that is perfect. That is exactly what we want, to be able to go over the top of our images. Okay, so now we're going to come into the next one, and we're just going to repeat that in all of the different tools, in all of the different overlays, I beg your pardon. Take a drink of water. And so, yeah, we come back to this one, and as I say, the tool is still selected, so let me just drag that over there, click on delete. We'll do the same on this scene, delete for this one, delete on this one. And then the last one was this one that we're going to use with our picture-in-picture. Incidentally, there was something that I was going to tell you in the PowerPoint section, which I didn't mention before. I meant to mention it, but I didn't. So let me just zoom in and show you what I was going to say. I said you have to be careful with rounded corners. And that is because if you've got a solid black background like this one, it doesn't really matter what's going on in the corners because you're covering all of it anyway. So the sort of picture shot that you're going to be covering is disappearing behind this overlay. So it doesn't really matter. However, if you've got one, and it doesn't matter on this one, or this one either. Whereas on this one, you've basically got one camera shot which is over the top of a second camera. And so if you imagine like the line of the camera window would be coming out to here. So if you had like a really rounded corner on it, it would completely cover with the background on this side, but on this side where it's sort of encroaching onto the top of the other window, if this radius here was like really large, or the border was really thin, then what you would see is on this edge you would actually see the camera shot protruding out underneath the border there. It might be easier to explain it when I'm actually in the shot, but yeah, that was one thing I mentioned with round corners, just being careful to make sure that when you actually put the overlay onto the top of the camera, it does actually cover it, specifically where you've got two different camera shots overlaying each other, but maybe I'll explain it later. So there we go. We've got our now transparent overlays, just click close and then it will save them automatically or ask you to save them. So we'll click on save. Save. There we go. Oh, it's asking me to save them one by one. There we go, last one. So now we've got our 4 overlays in our little Finder window, and they are in fact transparent. So let's get these into Ecamm, because this is where, just pressed on the wrong button there, don't want to flick into that one. This is where it gets fun. And in fact, what I do need to do is I actually need to change over into my demo mode. So let me just get rid of this one. Get rid of my Finder windows for my demo mode. Right, so you should be able to see my whole screen now, and you can see that this is where I've been recording and I've been sharing my screen. What we want to do is we want to add those overlays into our scenes that we've just made together. So we've got the main scene, we've got the screen sharing, the top down, the phone, and the on the side here, and the countdown timer. So let's go into the main scene and let's get our overlay in. So now we're going to come into our overlays panel. Let me just hide all of this because you would see just these fine scenes, these 5 scenes. I'm just wondering, actually, I'll talk to you about backing up your Ecamm Live scenes, but what I can actually do is in the digital download that I make available, I think I can actually just drag these scenes in, and all you'd have to do is assign the cameras to them. But I'll have to stop thinking out aloud on live recordings, won't I? Right, I'll digress. I'll explain that afterwards. So we go into the main frame, and then we'll come into our scenes, go down to the bottom. Here you can see this one, the different types of overlays you've got. We used a camera overlay before, obviously, to build out the scenes, but you also can add in a widget. So the widget is actually something like the Buy Me a Coffee link that I added. So that link there that pops into the bottom, buymeacoffee.com/take1tech, that's actually an HTML code snippet. I think that might be not the wrong terminology. It's not actually HTML, but it's a code snippet basically that you add in, and yeah, it's a sort of a web widget for want of a better word. So that you can add widgets in, but you can also add in text, a timer, which we'll come to, a movie or an animation, which we'll use as well. But for now, we're just going to click on this one, new image overlay. So I'll click on that and it should bring up a window to pick out our image overlay. So I've got these in my example files, image overlays, and that was the first one, is the frame. So I'll click on that and look at that. Isn't that looking better already? In fact, that does actually look quite good. It looks rather in keeping with my background colors. So there we go. We've got our first overlay. We've got an image picture overlay, a picture frame. And you'll notice as well, because we sized it correctly in Keynote by, if you remember when I started the file, I had that the aspect ratio set correctly from the start. So it's just automatically brought it in at the right size. And that'll be the same if you download these images. Then you can play around with the template for anything you export, or if you just use these stock images that I've given you, or these basic images, then they'll all come in just at the right size over the frame. So let's have a look at another one now. It's starting to get exciting, isn't it? You can see it's actually looking like a bit more like a production that we're building out. So you can go over to the screen share one. Let me click on the overlay button again down at the bottom. And now we want to go to the second one, which was this one. Click on that. And there we go. That's looking good as well. But we need to resize things a little bit in this one. So let me just come and grab my... whoops. Right. So this is a good point to talk about locking. There are different things that you can lock. You can either lock a scene. So if I come over to this scene on this side, we're in the share screen. If I click on that little lock next to it, it doesn't appear until you hover over it. But click on that. And now I can't do anything to the scene. But we do want to make some changes to the scene, but we just don't want to be moving around this overlay because the overlay is in the right place. But you can also lock overlays. So if we come into the overlays, you can see that we've got this is the overlay here, overlays in the current scene. We've got the camera, which is this one, and we've got the image overlay for the border. But if I try and drag my camera, it's actually trying to drag the image overlay, I think, or maybe the camera behind it. But if I click on the lock, it'll lock that overlay. In fact, having said that, is that moving something else? That might have been moving the camera behind, but nevertheless, locking the overlay in place is definitely need to do that. So now I can drag this camera here and drag it out so that it covers the corner like that. In fact, it's actually slightly different size, isn't it, to this one? But this is a great opportunity to show you how you can click in here, and we'll, instead of making that tall, we can just make that a custom size. And so you could literally, no matter what size you've made your overlay, you just drag the corners as you hover over it. Can you see how it's just dragging the corners there? And we can make it exactly the same size as our overlay. And this is what I was talking about. If I was to put that there, you can see how the edge of that corner is just sort of creeping out. That little corner there is just sticking out. I hope that's clear. So all we need to do now is, because this border is big enough that it actually will cover it. If I just put that exactly to that line on the inside there we go. So that now no longer sticks out over the edge, and that's the point I was trying to make earlier if it wasn't entirely clear. Then we've got my the screen sharing. 1 second. No, I think I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm moving that one. That's why. Let me just hide that one out of the way. There we go. So yeah, then we want to change this screen share to be that size. Now, I've actually made this the size for a standard sort of 1920 by 1080 display resolution. Although here, I'm actually sharing my MacBook screen. And so you can see that my MacBook screen is 1920 by 1200. So it doesn't actually fill it properly. So just bear that in mind if you're going to share a MacBook screen that isn't a standard resolution. But you get the picture anyway. We've got a nice frame, haven't we? So don't want to dwell on that too much. And let's come down to our top-down shot, let's do the one that's the same as this first, actually. We got this one for the phone, didn't we? So let's come in and add in our overlay to that one as well. Click on Image Overlay. Here we go. And so I'm going to do the same thing again. I'll lock that overlay so that it's not going to move anywhere now that it's in the right place. I'll drag this one over. And then I'll grab it's a bit difficult. Sometimes if it's behind a button, you don't want to press the button by mistake, because I'm actually recording at the same time. In fact, let me just do this the easy way. I'm going to line up one corner where I want it, and I'm going to drag this out this corner. Do you know what? The more I'm looking at this overlay, the more I'm thinking, I don't know why I don't have this overlay on my videos. It does seem to match with my color scheme rather well. So there we go. We'll drag that out. So now we've got my phone view. I'd forgotten I was still on phone view. My phone's getting rather hot. So there we go. That's how this scene works. We've now got a little phone camera that we can use. Or if I wanted to demonstrate my apps, I actually took off all the apps on here, but I've got my phone set up. Incidentally, now is probably a good time to tell you how I'm actually even doing this, because I realize I haven't done that yet. So you can see down in my dock, there is a little button that says NDI, and that is this app, NDI Capture. And in fact, if I come over to my other screen sharing, I can show you what this app looks like, because you want to go to the, I'm not sure if there's an Android version. I'm sure that there probably is. But I'll just come and show you on the Apple App Store. This is the app you want, NDI HX Capture. There is another app which is called NDI HX Camera, which basically does the same thing, but it's purely a camera, so it doesn't do screen sharing, I believe. NDI stands for Network Device Interfaces, and it's made by NewTek, and they do a whole range of basically for broadcasting image video signals over networks. So this is literally my phone. Now that I've installed this on my phone, as you can see, it's $19.99 US dollars for the app. And now that it is on my phone, if I come back across to my phone in our nice new shiny scene, you can see it's on my screen now. And what you would do is you would click here to begin broadcast. You just click in the middle. I'm already broadcasting, hence you can see it with that sort of red bar across the top of the screen. But once you start broadcasting, it just basically broadcasts whatever is on your phone. And if you don't want to buy that one and the NDI app, camera app itself, and you're just going to use it for occasional use, then all you can do is just actually open up your own camera, and then there you go. You've got you can just use your camera. You will notice obviously that the bars are in the top and bottom, so people are seeing the full camera interface. The way that I've done this on my video setup is if I do my original camera sharing screen, which is this one, when I've got the camera on its side, sort of like this, I'm just actually cropping out those bars at the top and bottom. So if I just unlock this scene for a moment, and yeah, if I move this across, can you see I've just using the camera app, but I've cunningly hidden that behind an overlay and also off the screen. So all you see is the actual camera itself. If I tapped on the screen, it would sort of give the game away, because as you can see, then I've got the focus and brightness controls come on it. But for basically what I use it for is occasional use. If I need to demonstrate something, it's fine. So let me just lock that scene again before I forget. I've got a few unlocked here. Naughty boy, Alec. Let me come back to the phone screen again. So there we go. That is another scene that we've got built out. So the next one, which was a little bit different, is our top down. So now we've got an overlay for this one as well, obviously. Come down to the bottom, go into image overlays, and we've got our side-by-side shot. There we go. We add that one in. Look at that. It's looking professional, isn't it? And I don't know how long we've been filming now, an hour and 45 minutes, and there's a lot of waffling in there, a lot of explanation going on as well, but we've built out, you know, almost our complete set of scene overlays. So as I say, I will be making complete packs and things like that available further down the line, but just give it a go yourself. Take these files that will always be free and play around with them and have a go yourself, because it's one of those things that once you get into it, it's becomes pretty straightforward. The last one is our countdown timer. So we've got a scene for that one. Not much to do here. Whoops, I just clicked on a movie file. We don't want that just yet. We're going to do some animated overlays next in Keynote as well, and that is just as easy. So let's come in here and click on this one. Stream starting soon. So our picture is a little bit on the small side. So let me just put this just like that. We could make the image circular if you want. So if I came into this image and actually made it as a circular image like that, we could do that. And so we could make it the same size that way. But given that we've got this as instant alpha, you can do it however you want, really. It doesn't matter, does it? Because it's blocking out whatever's in the background anyway. So let's just make that square like that. There we go. Doesn't that look good? It's a pity about the on-screen talent. Nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid. I can touch up the colors, but yeah, there's not much I can do about the actual looks. So there we go. We've got that one. One thing that I did on mine, I don't know whether it's worth it or not. It's just a little stylistic thing, is I actually changed the camera to be background. But if you're using a green screen, you'll know it didn't change the actual background. And so being a little bit, well, being the way I am, I actually made a black and white version of the background so that it matches as well. But there you go. That's another story. So yeah, whether you want that or not, whether you want it to distract from what's going on, it's just another option that you can have. I'll put this all back for now, though, so that we're in full Technicolor. So that is the stream starting soon. But if you remember, my one, also the one that I showed you earlier, had a countdown timer and music on it as well. And so the countdown timer is quite simple. It is an overlay in Ecamm. They make that very easy, as they do with most things. If you click on the new countdown overlay, and here you can see you've got the countdown. You can choose your typeface and the size, and so on. And then you can also add like different colors and effects and things like that. Let's just start with this for now. And just let's get our positioning right first before we think about it. I mean, we could have it there. We could have it up in this top corner. We could have it anywhere. Let's just, for the sake of argument, let's make it nice and big and bold here. And let's try and match this color here, just so that I can show you a couple of extra things that you can do with it. So let's click on that again to edit it. Now we've got the duration here. I'll come to that one in a minute, but we can change the size of it. So let's make it nice and big There we go, 144. And the color of it as well, we can change the color. So let's make it something like, in fact, let me just have a look what color that one is. That's this blue color. So you've got nice big bold writing there. So we want to make it something like that blue. So let's just come, we've got the color wheel here. And if I just change this, we can change it to some nice blue color. And then let's say we want to add a background to it, or we could add a shadow to it. It's got the shadow already selected. So now let's click save. So now we've got our countdown there. So in terms of the actual timing of it, one thing that I have with my countdown timer is I have it so that it plays the countdown, but then there is this function, as you can see, if I go back into edit, what do you want to happen when the countdown finishes? So what we want to do is have this set up so that when we're waiting for our live stream, we've started the stream, but the actual official start hasn't happened yet, so it's counting down to it. You could toggle this button here, which is, or click this little toggle here, which is go to the next scene when finished. And that will mean once it's counted down to 0, it'll just immediately go into the next scene. So let's click on save. And in order to do that, what you want to also then make sure is that you move this demo up above your main scene, or whichever scene you want to come after it. So here it would finish this countdown and then it will go to the next scene, which is our main scene. Okay, which is that one. Now, the next thing you might want to do is add in some music. Now, I've got a particular piece of music that I use in my countdown timer, which is somewhere in here. This one, is it? No, it's not that one. It's this one, stream starting music. So it's this piece of music. As I said before, all of the music, just to remind you once again, is from Epidemic Sounds. So there's all sorts of different different genres of music in there. They've got a huge catalogue of good quality music. This may not be to your taste, what I've got playing on at the moment, but there's something for everybody in there as well. And like I say, it's the easy way to make sure you don't fall foul of any copyright laws or anything like that. And yet, go to takeonetech.io/epidemic to get your free trial of that. But in any case, I downloaded this one that's sort of happily playing away in the background at the moment. We come back to our demo countdown. And so what I want to do is I want to add that as part of this scene. So what I can do is, if you just bear with me 1 second. Well, that might have given the game away a little bit there, because the timer has suddenly leapt to a different time. And the reason was, for 1 minute then, I forgot how to actually add the bit of music to the current scene. So I just had to check on it. So yeah, we don't remember everything all of the time, do we? But it's simply, you just click on the little toggle here, the little wheel, and you click add to scene. And now this has appeared in the current scene. Now, I happen to know that this piece of music is, I say I happen to know, I happen to have written it down, 3 minutes and 25 seconds long. So if I just pause this for a moment and I go to the timer, then what I can do is click in edit, and I make this time here just the length of that track that I've got. So if I go 3:25, this scene is basically going to last exactly the same amount of time as that piece of music is. And so when we run the scene, the music will run. And then also when the music is finished is the same time as the timer is going to finish. And so then it will advance to that next scene. So that's how we set up that. So the next thing that we're going to look at is we've done now basically the picture overlays. We've added some music in. Sorry, I should just actually show you exactly the process for how to add that music in. If we click on the add button in sound effects, it's quite simple. And you just go and find the bit of music and click on OK. And then it will just add it into this section here. So the next thing that we're going to look at then is from here. We've done the, as I say, the picture overlays, the timer overlay. We've added a camera. We've added a new group. I showed you how to do that before with the scenes. That's the same with here. If you want to group your overlays together, like I've got different overlays for various different things here. And then you could add some text as well. This is actually something that's worth mentioning now, because in fact we might want to add this to this stream. We've got this background which is stream starting soon, but what you may want to do is on a sort of stream by stream basis actually update the titles. So we can do that by just adding some text. So we could have like whatever today's stream is, whatever your title is. So we just click on add. And so you can, whoops, I've added that into the wrong place. For some reason, I've switched over to completely the wrong scene there. Let me just come back to that a minute. There we go, that's a bit better. Let me just pause that timer. You see how the music started though, when we came back to this scene, because it's programmed to start as soon as the scene starts. So yeah, but what I was trying to do, having added it to the wrong scene, is add some text, and we called this our, let's call it stream title. Stream title, there we go. We've got our stream title, and let's say we want to match the typeface and font of that one. We'll click into here, and then we were in Helvetica before, so let's just change the color on that. So we'll pick white, come in here and pick some random colors, or they've got some fixed ones in here. So stream title, and we'll save that as that. It's a bit on the large side, that, isn't it? There we go, stream title. So if the stuff you want to add in on a sort of stream by stream basis that's not the same for everyone, like obviously stream starting soon, then you can do that in here. And if I come to shadow effect, I think I should be able to change the shadow color in there as well. Or am I not? 1 second. Change the background of it. There we go. So that is how we can add text, and then we can also go and add an animated overlays as well. So let's build a couple of those. And one animated overlay that you might want, if I just stop this music now. Sorry to spoil the party, guys. Let me come to my main window. One thing you might want to have is a lower third, so something like this one. And you could actually have this as part of a scene itself, so it's actually fixed in place as part of a scene. But you may want it so that you can just add it to anything. So the way I have mine set up is I've got my main scene here, but I can always just toggle on and off my lower third using my Streamdeck. Or if I'm in my screen sharing, I can toggle off the lower third there, like that. And the same goes for my Buy Me a Coffee link. That one can be on any particular screen, and it stays persistent no matter which screen I change to. So that's why I like to have the lower thirds as their own individual overlays. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to actually build out a lower third. And guess where we're going to do that? Keynote. So let us go back to Keynote. Let me just change. I'm still in my NDI website. So let's go back to our Keynote. Get rid of that Buy Me a Coffee link. And yeah, we want to build out a lower third in here. So 1 second. Let me just... Every time I move my screen, I want to just not be sharing my whole screen. I want to not be in demo mode, rather. I want to be in this mode where you can actually see what I'm doing in Keynote. So, bear with me 1 second. This is where editing would come in really handy. I don't actually do any editing in my my videos. If I do editing, it's usually because either my little boy or one of my two girls has run into the room or something like that to disturb me, and I've had to cut something out. But generally, I try to do everything just in one whole take. And I just wouldn't be able to do it without Ecamm Live, actually. So it's, yeah, it's been a really, really useful program for me. I suppose I should say at this point, if you're not using Ecamm Live yet, then I'm hoping that this demo is showing you the power of it as a live video production environment. And you can use it to record, as I'm doing now, or you can use it to just stream live to Facebook, to YouTube, to whatever streaming platform you want, or if you're doing it through Amazon Web Services, you can do it through that as well. Whatever way you want to stream, then Ecamm Live is a great way to do it. And you can get a free demo of Ecamm Live going to takeonetech.io/Ecamm. I'm guessing you might already be subscribed to it if you're watching this video, or certainly if you are. How far are we in now? 2 hours. It's nearly time for another coffee. So yeah, you can get a free trial of it from there. And yeah, I highly recommend it. It has certainly made my job a lot easier in my other life outside of YouTube. I do have to do some video production there, and this has certainly simplified that process an awful lot. So yeah, Ecamm Live is the software we're using and we're talking about, but let's get back to the demonstration. And yeah, what else was I going to create what else I was going to create rather, well, I'm not asking you, I'm just about to tell you, is the lower third. So if I come down to, where are we now in this one? Now with the lower third, we don't want to have a background in it because as I just showed you, we're going to put this on as an overlay over the top of everything else, just like this, just like my lower third is on there now. That is an overlay, which is actually the full screen, the full image, the full screen size, but it's just transparent except for where the lower third is. So back in our Keynote, we actually want to create a new slide master that is just totally blank. So let's come down to Edit Slide Master, and you see we've got our two different backgrounds there. So I'm going to click Add a Slide. Sorry, I'm going to click. Let's just duplicate that one rather. Duplicate, but then I'm going to delete the image off it. So that now appears black, but in fact, if you remember from earlier, the background we set as no fill. So that is now just basically a transparent canvas for us to work on and build out our lower third. So I'm going to click Done. And now we've got our 4 lovely overlays that we made. Well, now we're going to click Add Slide. And can you see that we've now got this extra blank one? You can go through and name these if you want to be cross all the T's and dot all the I's, but for now I've just left those as blank, blank, and blank. So we'll click on that one. This is where we're going to build out our lower third. If you want to get some ideas for lower thirds, there's no need to sort of overcomplicate it, and you don't have to necessarily go and buy any. I will be making some available, but give it a go first yourself, and it is quite easy to build out, as you'll see. But you can also just search on the internet for lower thirds, or maybe you want to emulate some of the big broadcasters, so search for BBC, CNN, Fox, whoever, and lower third, BBC lower thirds. You'll see like their stylistic approach, and so there's no harm in emulating others, or maybe other YouTubers. You like the style of theirs but want to adjust it slightly. Just take a look at what others are doing and then think about the building blocks of that and how it is going to be built out. So I thought what we'd do is we'd do something not too simple, but not too complex either. You don't want to overdo it, and I'll show you how you can use this as a static overlay, but also as an animated overlay as well. But the building blocks will be the same. We're going to start with something that's a static image, and then we're going to build it out from there. So what do we need in a lower third? Well, let's just think about those building blocks. So I'm going to add a square. So I just went up to the, when I jump ahead there, go into shape, and then we added this rectangle. So first we want some sort of box to hold this in. So let me just zoom in a little bit so you can see we're going to put this into this bottom corner down here. So we want some sort of box to hold this in. I'm just going to drag that out a bit. Let's have a little think about this. I want maybe to add another color to it, or another little feature. What might be useful actually is if I just think about the colors that we're using. And try and replicate those colors, because we do want this all to match at the end of the day, obviously, don't we? So let me just quickly, I could either drag this image in, or what I could do is I could, I'll drag it in first so that you can use it as a guide. So I'll go into Edit Slide Master, and I'll come up here and I'll drag this picture, or copy it, highlight and copy it, and then come out of the Slide Master. This will all become clear. I'm just sort of doing this on the fly as I go along, really. So it might not be entirely, I might not make sense at sometimes. I tend to ramble, and you'll notice that I sort of talk to myself a little bit, much like real life. But then it's lonely stuck down here in this little basement with nothing but a green screen to keep me company. So here we go. I'll click on this little square now, because the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to make sure that I get some sort of colors that are in keeping with the color of my background. So all I'm doing is I'm using this background as a reference, because if you remember, we could switch out the backgrounds. Then if we've got any graphics that are relating to this, then we want to change those as well. So if you think about where this picture is going to be, this is going to be at the bottom corner, isn't it? This is where this is going to appear. So I want to make something that's going to basically be in a contrast to this color. That's in a contrast to this color, but that maybe retains some of these colors as a sort of cue for the color tone. So let's highlight this bit. This is basically going to be sort of like a background where we're going to add our text and things like that over the top of it for our name or title or whatever you want to put in your lower thirds. So we're going to click in that, and then I'll click on color. So we'll go up to style, and beg your pardon, I just did a quick check to check that I'm recording. I have done recordings before where I've done a recording only to find out that I wasn't recording. So yeah, that will come back to our checklist that we'll cover later on, but I just glanced away there to just double check. We're 2 hours in. I have actually got this footage, haven't I? So anyway, there we go, another digression. So if we go to color fill, we can change that background, and we can, again, making sure the color wheel is selected. And if I drag it over my color palette over here, so I could just come over here and I could click this little eyedropper, and I could click in one of these colors. So say like this orange color. So then this would be matching with that orange color. Incidentally, when you've got a color palette open in Apple, you can, on the Mac, you can drag the color from here and just drag it into one of these free slots. In fact, let's put it right at the top so it's nice and convenient. And it just means that you've got that color then as that you can just select. You can easily select between that color and any of the other colors. So it's good to just drag in different colors that you use into there. In fact, while we're at it then, let's just pick a few other of these colors. So we could pick maybe pick this light blue one here, and we can drag that in, because then what we're doing is we're sort of building out our color palette, aren't we? And we're building it out from the colors of the background. So I'll grab this dark blue one here as well, or that's actually a bit on the purple side, but there you go. And this one up here, this is a nice color. So we'll grab that one, perhaps a bit close to that other one. I don't know that I'm going to use all of these, to be honest, but I just thought while I'm here, let's just grab it, and we've got almost like our color palette then, haven't we? So there we go. And yeah, I'm a bit OCD, so I tend to organize things in tone order, so you will have to excuse me as I just play around with this. There we go. So we've got 5 colors there to choose from, so now we can just flick between all of those different colors. I sometimes forget I'm recording. So we're going to drag this part in over. Beg your pardon, I need to move that out of the way. I was thinking that was the slide, but here is the slide bounding box, is this black area here. So we've now got that background. Let's say we are going to add in another little shape just to make this a little bit more interesting as a shape. So we'll stick something in like this, and let's change that to be a different color. In fact, what I'll do is I'll make that one the dark color. So I'll pull my color picker back. So I'm just using this color fill tool here, the color fill. I'll just come back across to drag this across. Normally on my monitor, I tend to have my resolution set so that I've got bags and bags of space, but I just want to make sure that you can all see this okay. So I'll change this to a dark blue. There we go again with that color wheel. I didn't have it selected. It was changing something else. So there we go. Select the color wheel and then change this to this dark blue. And this one here, this one on this side, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, instead of that making a single color, let's make that a gradient. So in this color fill button here, we're going to change that to gradient fill. And you can see what that's done is it's graduated from these 2 different colors. Or we could actually be a bit more fancy and do advanced gradient fill. And then with this one, you can basically add as many colors as you want. So just for the purposes of illustration, I'm going to show you how to make a sort of multicolored graduated fill. Again, don't go overboard on these. It's very easy to see all these different dials and knobs and things that you can tweak around with. But then some people go a bit overboard with the colors and animation. But I'll just show you anyway, nevertheless. So the direction of it, you can see, is the direction of this line. And we want to change that, so we can just click on this little wheel here. And if I rotate that, you can see that the direction of the fill changes, and it's changed to 170 there. So if I just change this around a little bit more, you can just sort of tweak it to get it exactly wherever you want. So we actually want that at 180, don't we? So I can just type that in as well. So now it's going completely horizontally. And what it's doing is it's fading from this color to this color. Well, let's pick some of these colors that we've just got. So let's say we want to have it starting from this dark blue. and we want it finishing on orange. So that's already got quite a nice sort of shade to it, hasn't it? But let's say we actually want to go through those other colors that we'd picked as well. So if I just tap anywhere in this bar, I hope you can see where I'm pointing. Tap in that bar there, and then we'll add another one in here. So now what I can do is just click on one of these and pick one of these other colors. And this one, let's make this the blue color. Yeah, that actually clashes with the other one, I think. And I think if I make it that color, it will not match. So in fact, if I just drag that out, having showed you how to do it, I do think it's probably better just to leave it exactly as it was and not try and fill about with it too much. Because what I'm saying is basically, if I put this over the background, just move that to the back. What I'm saying is you can see how it looks all right on the black, but as soon as you put it over this color, then that blue color there just blends too much in with it. So that's what I'm just trying to tweak and change. So I'll just actually delete that one by just dragging it out from the line. There we go. So that looks a lot better now. And so yes, if I move that one out this way a little bit, and what you should see, what I'm trying to do is I'm going to create a little space here for our name and our title. So and then we might want a little box that's going to be for our logo. So if I go to the shape up at the top, and I'll move my color picker out of the way. Like I say, I would share my full screen resolution desktop, but I'm just worried that if you are watching on a smaller resolution screen yourself, you may not actually be able to see what I'm doing. So so I'm going to add a shape here. And this is probably a good way to show you what you can do, because this is where you might want to have your logo, for example. So let me just drag this shape out, and for now I'll just make this black, just so that you can see where it is and how big it is and that sort of thing. If I make that a little bit smaller, perhaps something like that. And now we might want to add in fact, let me just drag this out so that it's actually showing the full frame, because I want you to get an idea of where we are in terms of how big this is going to be on screen. So that is what it would look like on the screen. Bear in mind we'd have our overlays and things like that. And so coming out here, let me just add a couple more little small details for a bit of added interest. And it's also to show you a couple of things we can do with the animated overlays a bit later as well. If I add these as a few little blocks, something like that, and just a couple of blocks. Second. Apologies for the time. I'm just showing you my process really of how to make these things so that you can just see how easy it is to sort of play around with them and get them all right. So let me just change this one now. Let me fill that one and just go to my color picker just quickly and change that. Say we have that one can be that color. This one can be our purple color, and this one, let's say we want to make that. What color should we have that one? Say the light blue. That actually clashes with that other blue, doesn't it? So let's pick another color at random from here. Let's say we pick this color down here. So there we go. I don't know what you think about that stylistically. As I say, it's more to show you the process really. Now the reason why I've put this black box here is because I want to show you that if you've got a Finder window open and you've got an image of, let's say, your logo or something like that. In fact, let me get a Finder window open and I'll just show you how easy it is to actually add something in. So you can just add that as a placeholder. Let me come in here and I'll just grab move this out of the way so you can see what I'm doing when I've done it. I'm going to go and find my logo that I have for this channel, and I've got a little file here. If I can find it. There we go. Got the right one now. So if I drag this file, I've just grabbed this literally out of the Finder. If I drop that over onto that shape, or any shape for that matter, you can see the shape highlights. Well, if I drop that into that shape, what should happen is it brings up a little window. I'm just hoping that's not too cropped off. And it's basically trying to put that shape, that image into that shape, and I can adjust the crop. So you can see the sort of bounding box, hopefully, around the outside of the shape there. And I can just adjust the crop of it to make sure that the logo fits in just right. So then I click done. So now we've got my logo on the lower third as well. What I'm going to do is, because I'm just going to make this available, I'm going to take my logo out just so that we leave the black box. But bear in mind that that is how you do it. So you just literally go and drag your logo into the box. Next, we might need some text. So let's come up to the text box up at the top corner here. And I'm going to drag this down. And then we'll put, maybe you want to have it so that it's aligned to the left. And then you're going to have in here maybe your name. So there we've got your name, and then maybe down here you want to just press Option or Alt and copy that down. And maybe you want to put your title. Whoops. Or some other nonsense such title. So there we go. Might want to make that a little bit smaller. So if I go into the text and we just reduce that text down a little bit. Perhaps we want to make that all caps. So we could do that in here like we did before. We click the little cogwheel, capitalization, click on all caps. And then we go to your name. Maybe we want to make that a bit bigger. So you can do it like that. And there we go. We've got your name. So that is the start of a lower third, isn't it? Now, bear in mind, I've just put this background in to show you as an example. So I'll take that background out. And in fact, now that I've done that, since this is just a placeholder anyway, I will drag something. I'll drag something that I created earlier. Just a random shape that fits into that place there. So this is just some random graphic to represent some sort of logo that you might have in your lower third. And this is really to just illustrate the point about how to do the animations. But first, what we could do is we could actually export that as a image like we did before, and then we'd have that as an image overlay that we could add into our Ecamm. In fact, let's just do that now very quickly. So let's go to File, Export to Image. Now remember, before I said if you want to export them all, we go to All Slides, but we just want to do this lower third now. Excuse me. So if we go to the From, and then we'll just do 5. So it's, you can see down the slide, by the way, down the side of the slides, you can see the numbers 1 to 5, and so it's slide number 5 that we want to export. So we want to export the range from 5 to 5 because it's just one slide basically. And then we don't forget to change the format to PNG, and we definitely want to make sure we've got this export with transparent backgrounds on this time. So if I click next, then this will export to, let me get that same folder up, Ecamm overlays. So I'll put that in there, and I'll just call this one lower third. There we go. And so now this one will have come into my Finder. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my folder. Where is it gone? There we go. Lower third. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen with you again. Beg your pardon, as I get a few things out of the way to make it a little less cluttered for you, so that you can see. One thing, by the way, when you export things from Keynote, it does actually put them all into a folder, which is handy in some ways. But let me share my screen. You'll see what I'm talking about. Share my Ecamm screen. That's better. Now, what have I switched over to another one there? I'm confusing myself. Here we go. Get the preview window out of the way. This is the one that I was trying to clear out so that it didn't get in your way, but there you go. So here you can see a folder. This is where I exported those original Ecamm overlays. and this is where I've saved this new one. And when you save it and it asks you for a name, so I called this lower third, what it actually does is it creates a folder and then puts any slides in that folder with that name. And that's because it's intended to be a presentation package, Keynote. So you would want it that, if you saved a group of slides together, it bundled them all together and asked you to name the folder for those slides. So that's why you end up with things like this, where you end up with the single slide is in a folder called lower third, although the slide itself is just numbered. I hope that makes sense. So here we've got transparent lower third. So what we want to do now is we go over to our Ecamm Live and we go into graphics. Let me get rid of my lower third. We don't want that anymore. That old bit of rubbish. We've got a nice shiny new one now. So if I go down to the images at the bottom, click on that one, and then we click in lower third. Lower third is our file. We click in that one there. So now look what's happened. Let me just go full screen a minute. Drum roll, please. In fact, let me go into my my main screen, our new main screen, and let me take it off demo mode. Look at that. We've got ourselves a lower third, and I can come into my scenes, and I can, whoops, Daisy, don't want to toggle that off. I want to toggle my lower third on and off. So I can toggle that on and off by, let me just show you what I'm doing for that. You can see up here in the scenes, we've got lower third. That's the file we've just made. If you want to rename it, although it comes in by default with the file name of the file, you can rename them to make it clearer what they are, especially if you've got sort of obscure things. So let's call that just lower third. It's good enough, isn't it? So yeah, in fact, we've got another one called lower third. That's my lower third. So just again, for ease, when we set up our Streamdeck, because that's still all to come, we can go into demo lower third so that I know which one to activate. And then there we've got our lower third. Well, wouldn't it be great if we could animate this? Well, we can do that as well. So let's just hop straight back without further ado into our Keynote, because now this is going to get I was going to say this is going to get exciting. It's exciting for me anyway. Adding some animation. I do amuse myself sometimes. So there you go. We've got our this is our logo. We've got our titles and names, and so we want to animate it. So far, we have been working in the format tab. Just excuse me while I get some water. Talking for an hour and a half without shutting up. I'm really averse to editing, can you tell? That's part of the reason I love Ecamm, is that you can just do it all in one go with no editing. It's really really great. So yeah, we're gonna animate this whole thing now. Let me just get the alignment. That's about a pixel off, and that sort of thing drives me crazy. So there we go. We'll go up to the top here, and you can see we've got this animate toggle here, or palette rather. Click on that one, and we've now got a whole different set of tools have appeared in that sidebar. When we are going to start animating, a good thing to get into the habit of doing, if you get into the view here, you can see the slides we've got. Well, if you click this little view button here, you can also have show object list. And that will show you all the different things that you've got in your scene. When it comes to animating, we need to know which things those all are so that it will make it clearer for us. Now, these rectangles, they're all just called rectangle or square, but it's obvious which ones they are because they are colored. And in fact, the titles and things like that are quite clear because it tells you what the title is. But if you've got something more complicated, then yeah, it's definitely useful to have them all named and make sure you've got the names correctly, because when we come to do our animations, that will be the name of the object. Those are the objects that we are animating. Incidentally, this works exactly like layers or like the scenes or overlays in Ecamm. So if I was to drag this one above the other one, you can see it's dragged that above the other one down here. And if I drag that one up at the top, it's dragged it back above it again. Or if I dragged the logo down to the bottom, then now that's behind there as well. So if you ever do need to reorder things, showing this panel, again, just click on the view, and it would say show object list if it isn't shown, and then that would allow you to see all of these objects. We call them objects. So there we go, we've got our logo, our titles and things like that. So let's get onto the animation. I've already shown you how to open the panel for that, and there are three different sort of groupings, if you like, of types of animation. There's either build in, which is where something isn't in the scene and it becomes a part of the scene, or the animated scene in this case. There is something which is an action which happens to it within the scene, so it's already on stage, if you like, and it's something that happens to it then. Or there is a build out function, which is something so that it's going to be in view and then disappear from view in some way. So we want to start with nothing and build in all of these objects that we've got. So we've got how many? 6, 7, 8 objects, and we want to build them in. So the first thing we want to do is probably you're going to want to build these sort of starting from the background and build up on them. But I'll show you exactly how we can do this. So let's start with the background rectangle. And let's say we just want this to sort of wipe in from the side. So if we go to the build in and then you click on add effect, you've got all of these different effects that are built into Keynote, and you can just click on this little preview button on the side and it will show you what's going to happen. So there's this one, compress, dissolve, where it just sort of fades in, or drift. So it's going to, what's happening with that one, it's sort of moving, and then that's moving straight in and out of the scene actually, or there's drop, so coming down from above. Again, it's very easy when you see all of these beautiful animations to think you want to use all of them. My advice would be use them sparingly. If you go too overboard on the animations, it can start to look a little bit amateurish. Whereas if you're just slightly more subtle with them, then hopefully it just adds a little bit of movement and interest to the scene without actually taking away from it as well. And in terms of the time to sort of build in this whole thing, you don't want somebody's attention being taken. If you're activating your lower third, you don't want somebody's attention being distracted by, whoops, certainly don't want to hit the microphone. You don't want people's attention being distracted by what is going on in the bottom corner. You'd literally just want something to draw people's attention to it. You know, if you're putting information that's new information, having a bit of animation is good because it just sort of adds a bit of information to, it adds a cue for them to look down to see the bit of information. But once they've seen it, you want them coming back and looking at you. So again, don't go overboard. But that said, we're going to go a little bit overboard because I want to show you some of the things that you can do with it. So this one, let's have a look. And like, as I said, we want it to just come in from the side. So let's say we have it wipe in. And with each one, you can click on the little preview. So I'm going to click on that one. So once you've previewed it, to activate it, actually click on the thing itself, or out of the preview. And now we've got a few different things. So we can have the direction can come from one side or another. Again, you can click on preview to have a look at it, but I think it looked good coming from the left hand side. And then in terms of the time, once again, don't spend too long on these animations, and you might think half a second sounds like nothing, but in terms of actually building out multiple different things, I think half a second is fine for something like that. The next one, I think that can probably do the same, to be honest, this background other rectangle. So we're going to click on add effect again. I'm going a bit quick through these because I'm obviously conscious of not wanting to keep you all too long and you thinking, yeah, we get the impression, but I just want to show you what's possible. But just spend a little bit of time, go through all of these different things and see what they all look like. It's easy to just preview them. You've got iris, which sort of goes out from the middle. In fact, let's just use that one. I would probably do it as a wipe just for consistency and so it doesn't look like you've gone overboard. But for the sake of argument, let's do that with something different for this example. Then let's say you've got these three little boxes. I'll just move the text slightly. Let's say you've got these three little boxes here. We want those to perhaps just appear maybe. So let's highlight three of them. If you want to apply the same action to multiple things, just highlight multiple things and then you can apply the same one. So I'm just going to have these, or let's say dissolve, because then they'll just appear like they're sort of fading in. So I'll click on dissolve. Again, the timing of them. Now at the moment, these things are all happening one after another, but we'll show you how to change that. So half a second, and then we want the logo obviously to appear. So let's click on add an effect, and I'll just go straight to the one which I think looks good, this scale one. But you could have it sort of spinning, swooshing, twirling, all of these sorts of things. I think simplicity is often the best route. So let's just have it scaling in like that. So we'll click on that one, and let's make that a bit quicker as well. And the last two things are the text. So here, there's a couple of extra options with text actually. If I click on add an effect, click on add an effect. When you've got type, as in typed letters, you've got a couple of extra options here, such as this keyboard one. So if I press on this keyboard one, you can see how it types it out. Another one that I really like, that's sort of, I think it looks more complicated than it is, and it looks like you've done a bit of animation work on it. So is this one, where is it? This trace one. You'll notice that I use this in my title. I just think it looks like complicated without being over the top somehow. I don't know, you may disagree, but that's the one that I use. There's that one, I think that looks a bit sort of like home movie like. But this trace one I just think looks quite nice. That's my personal preference. Other opinions are available. So we'll click on the trace one. There we go. I've just realized I'm doing all of this in demo mode, so you're seeing my full screen, aren't I? So I hope that hasn't been too difficult to actually see, and I'll correct that problem right now and go back to just my full screen. I do beg your pardon if that was difficult to see. So we'll be carrying on with it anyway, so you'll see how I'm doing it. So I'll click in the this one here, Chief Imagineer, or some other nonsense random made up title that you would like to give yourself. There we go. If I click on add an effect, and down here, let's try that typewriter one. I mean, that's a little bit gimmicky really as well, isn't it? But we'll click on that one, keyboard. So Chief Imagineer just sort of builds out. So now I think we've actually got a little bit of animation for each of them. But what we can do is we can check on that by clicking down here in this build order, and that will open up this window, and you can see all of these things. And now you can see what I was talking about having your different objects all named. So here I've got them all named, and these are the animations that are assigned to them. And as I click down on them, this is the order that they're building out. And one thing to note is that down at the bottom, they've got this start, and the default start for the animation is on click, because bear in mind, this is a presentation software, and so you may want it to animate, you know, when you press your little, if you've got one of your little presentation clickers, something like this. So when you're clicking through your slides, you're activating these animations on the screen. Well, what we want to do is we want all this to happen sort of manually. Not manually, automatically, the opposite of manually. And so what we need to do is we'll click on this one. We want these two things. Let me just remind you which these are. This first rectangle is that first stage, and then we've got the second rectangle afterwards. But let's say we want them to build out together. So click on the second rectangle, and then the start, instead of clicking on click, let's say we want it to happen with build one. So these are objects in this panel. These are the object names, but these components as part of the animation, is each one of those is called a build. So we've got build 1, build 2, build 3, and so on. So here, where we're selecting what we want it to happen with, we want that to happen with build 1. So now if I preview this, you can see that those two things happen at the same time. Or what you could do is you could have it happen with that one, but maybe with a slight delay. So I could put like a half a second delay, and now what you'll see is that one starts and the other one starts 0.4 seconds after the other one. So there's a few different options there. The other thing you can do is just actually have it coming totally after the build, and if you leave that delay in, it will basically wait for build 1 to finish, wait 0.2 seconds, and then the next build will occur. So let's have a look at that. So you saw there was a bit of a gap there. Now let's say these squares here, we want those to appear kind of after that first rectangle. So I'll do that after build 2. And then this one we want after build 3. Whoops, I put with, I should be after, because I want those squares to sort of pop. In fact, I've got those in the wrong order, because I want it to basically this thing to build out, and then I want this one to appear, then this one, and then this one. Fortunately, you can see a little preview of which object you're looking at. So I can see that I want the dark one to come first. So just drag it up to there. Then I want the medium colored shade one to come this up here. And then move that one too far now. 1 second. There we go. Those are in the right order. The dark, the medium, the light. So I want that one to happen. Let me just come and check that. After build 2, this one after build 3. After build 3. And this one after build 4. And then we want the logo. Now we might actually want the logo to start coming in sooner. So we could actually move this one up here as well and say that we want this one to start coming in maybe even after this one. And so I'll say after build 1. And you can see how it sort of reorders these things. So let's say that one comes with build 2. And then we want these things to start building out. So perhaps these can start building out as soon as that rectangle's built out. That dark rectangle at the bottom. Let's have both of these texts building out. So all of these things are happening. Let me just check. So this one, this text, your awesome name, is starting after build 3. Then we want your title. Let's have that after build 3 as well. Or with build 4. This means the same thing. Build 4 is happening after 3. So now we want build 5 to happen with build 4. Let me know if this is too complicated in the comments. I'm hoping it's not. I'm hoping it's easy to follow with build 4. After build 6, there we go. Right, let's preview this now, because hopefully this now will make all the sense in the world. Preview. I think that last little bit with the Chief Imagineer nonsense is a bit too quick. So if you just click in that one, and you've got the name is taking 2 seconds, and I never adjusted that, Chief Imagineer. Let's take that down to 2 seconds as well. So I'll make that 2 seconds, and if I do preview, there we go. That is our animated overlay. So let's get that into our Ecamm. So how do we do that? Again, if there's anything that's not clear about this, and you've got any questions whatsoever, leave a message in the comments or head over to the website and hit me up there. It's no problem. This file will be available for free download with the whole pack. There'll just be one zip file and you'll download all of these overlays, the stock image and a link to where to get the stock image, and yeah, all of that for free on the website. So beg your pardon, you can go in and edit all of that in there, and yeah, you'll just want to obviously change the logo and maybe change the colors or things like that. This one is very sort of stylistic, and I'm not saying it's got style, but it has a style and it may not be to everyone's liking. But hopefully with this, you can see like how you sort of build these animations out. And again, just go in and play around with it, try different transitions and things like that. But yeah, just do a search for lower thirds. Look for something that is, you know, looks stylistically like you think, that looks quite good. I want to emulate that. And most of them you can build out with a few little building blocks. I mean, let me just quickly, before we export this into the Ecamm, let me just show you. You know, you might want to do something rather than this. This is very square and boxy, isn't it? You might want to do something that's something more like this. So you might want to have a you know, like some sort of angled shape to it, or you know, adding this just as a little thing to the end of it, something like that to change it up so it's more angular. Or you could have rounded corner rectangles, or there's endless possibilities. If you wanted to make something like, let me see, coming into here, so this one is the rounded rectangle. When you use rounded rectangles, you could bring this one out, and there is, if I just highlight this, you can see you've got these corners up in the top corner to sort of drag the shape out. Well, with rounded rectangles, you also have this extra little one here, and that is basically shows you where the edge of the radius starts, basically. So you can grab that little green toggle, and then you can move that in. So now, by just dragging that out as far as it will go, we've actually got ourselves a little sort of pill-shaped lower third. So you might want to do something like that. I'll just show you for it as an example. Maybe you want to have something like that, and you want to have your titles just very quickly. Maybe you want a lower third, something like that. Change the color up, whatever. It's really easy just using these shape things, shape tools, these shape tools to make a different shape that's going to suit the style of your logo. You know, whether it's whatever. So you can make your lower thirds like this. So with that done, I'll just delete this because we don't want that being exported. We now want to get this out as a movie file so that we can drop it in as a movie overlay into our scenes. So let's just go into here and go to File, Export to, and then we'll click Movie. And there's a couple of things you need to do in here. First of all, we're on slide number, 5, remember? So we only want to export slide number 5 as part of our movie. Not 1, we want number 5. There we go. I think my coffee must be getting low, since I'm making a few mistakes at 2 hours 40 in. Right, so now the next thing is, bearing in mind again that this is a presentation software, the use case of exporting things as movies is if you have got a presentation and you want to create a movie from it, then bearing in mind that you might have multiple scenes, like keynote presentation slides rather, not scenes, and then you've got different transitions and things like that. You maybe have text appearing and things like that from the context of a presentation. Then here you want to maybe automate some of that. So if you're making a movie where you're not going to be using your little clicker, then you would want to be able to control, like go to the next build after a certain number of seconds. So you're sort of simulating how long between the builds where you would normally click it. Similarly, after a slide finishes, if there's text on it, then you essentially want to give people time to read it before moving on to that next slide as well. So this is where you would change up that. Whereas in our case, what we're doing is we've got all the timings and everything within our animations, haven't we? So we don't actually need to do anything here. And so we want to just put these both to 0 because we want all the transitions to happen as in the timings of the movie. So the size of it, we've got 1920 by 1080. The frame rate, 30 frames per second. That's what I'm shooting in. That's what I'm doing my Ecamm in. So let's get that matching. Now, as a default, or not a default, but the sort of out of the box, it will tend to have the compression type as H264, which might be fine for some video applications. But we want to come down to this bottom, Apple ProRes 4444, because that one allows us to export with transparent background. So we're going to make sure that that is toggled on and then click Next. And then it's going to bring up our little export window again when it thinks about it. And now we're going to call this one, let's call this one animated lower third. Right, I keep touching my camera, my phone with my other things on. So there we go, animated lower third movie. So I'll just export that now. Now let's take that lower third of my demo. Right, so now what we'll do is we'll come back into Ecamm Live and we'll come into that demo screen that we had for the main screen. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add that animated overlay into our scene. If I share my full screen, go into demo mode, you can see the one we've got so far, demo lower third. So there we go. But now we're going to add that in as an animation. So that is an image overlay what we want to do now is come down to the bottom, and we're going to add our first movie overlay. So we'll click into that one. And when it loads up on my aging Mac, we're going to click lower third, Ecamm overlays. There it is, and it's showing up. You can see it's the only one highlighted because it is a movie file. So we'll click on that one, click open, and look at that. We're in business. We've got our lower third. Now, at the moment, it's a good point to mention about scenes. There are basically, about overlays. There are different places where you can have overlays. They can either appear in all scenes. So that means like this lower third that I've got here. In fact, let me just switch this one off for a second. This lower third, I can toggle it on and off and it appears in this scene. Or when we go onto our screen sharing, can you see it's persistent? It still stays there. Or if I go onto my top-down camera, one second, you can still see my lower third in there as well. And it's because it's in this show all scenes at the top there. If I go back to my main screen, you can see that the animated lower third, I'll just take that image lower third off. You can see that that animated lower third is here. And there we go, it's popped up there. But it says show in current scene. So we actually want that to be able to be used in every scene. Because if I was to turn to another scene, you can see that it's just disappeared. It's completely disappeared from there. So let me come back to that one. So all I need to do, if I want that available to be accessed from any scene, is just drag it up into here. And I'll put it right at the top, just so that it's easy to see. And I'll just change that as well to demo, because we're going to get onto Streamdeck. Another one of my two favorite subjects, Streamdeck and Ecamm Live. My wife is sick of hearing about those two things, but I can't stop going on about them. So we'll be coming on to Streamdeck later. So yeah, just I'm labeling these all demo so that I can find what I'm looking for more easily. So now we've got the animated lower third there. And if I go into another view, I can hide it and bring it back again. And this is a good point to mention. What happens when the movie is played? Well, here, if I come to this lower third, move out of the way, this little play tab here, this is actually the play, sort of the playhead, if you like, for the, whoops, I don't want to move it. In fact, here's another great opportunity to lock it then. Let's lock the lower thirds so that we don't inadvertently move them out of the way. We'll lock all of those so that we don't move them out of the way. So yeah, the playhead, which I was trying to get back to, wherever it is. In fact, I must not lock it until I've adjusted it. Here we go. If I click on the down arrow, so there's a number of things. If you've got something in a scene and you want it to happen as part of the scene. So for example, my title sequence, if I flick to my title sequence, I've got that as an overlay which plays. So if I just flick over to that now, this is basically a video which is playing over live, not live, but automatically rather. And then I actually have it set to do nothing at the end of it, but you can see how it just plays out the full animation. And that's my intro sequence and my animated lower third all in one. It's getting covered up by our new animated lower third there, but never mind. So yeah, that's why you might want the start on it to be automatic. We'll come back to this one again. So that's why here with this drop down, we want to have autoplay. And then what happens when it finishes? So do nothing means that it's just going to stop on the final scene of the video, which in our case is just, it's got the lower third on there. And so it's going to do absolutely nothing and just stay there on the screen. So that's one option. The other option is you could just select loop. And so in that case, if I was to play this, what would happen is it would just keep looping over and over again like that. If you decided, and I urge you not to, but if you decided to make a little animated logo, like a little spinning logo or something like that, that just continually spun in the bottom of your scene, then that's how you would do it. You would just have like one loop of it and then have it loop over and over and over again. So you could have like a little rotating something or other. Again, I'm urging you not to do that, but there you go. Or you can have it so that it hides, so that then when it gets to the end, it just disappears. So that is another option as well. You could have it so that it comes in, animates, and then disappears straight away. Incidentally, what you could do is you could build in a time delay into the animation so that you have some time at the end of the slide, and then it just stays on screen, and that's how you could have it so that it just actually disappeared from screen at the end as well. So you just make sure you build in that time for how long you want it to stay on the screen. Sorry about that, I just had to pause for 1 minute. You might not have even noticed that, but I did. So anyway, here we go. And so what we want to do is actually have that as do nothing so that it stays on the screen. Now, so now we've got our animated lower third that we can activate like this. And I think that looks quite good, even if I do say so myself. And I did just have one other thought of another scene, because I want to make sure that people can actually download this and they've got a sort of complete template pack with a few different things to work with. And one other one that wasn't immediately obvious to me as to exactly how to do it is an end screen. So you've got something for starting your live stream, and you've got something for, you know, these different views and things like that. But if you think about the end screen, I tend to end screen is I have something that looks a bit like this. So when you finish your videos on YouTube, then I go to a scene that looks like this, and I say, hope you've enjoyed this video. Don't forget to check out one of my other videos over here. And so this is something else that I made in Keynote as well. And so I think it might be useful, just so that you have got a complete set of scenes, is if we just quickly build that one out, because it won't take very long at all. But there's one little detail that is quite crucial to get right. And so I just want to give you that bit of information. So I'm going to hop back to my screen sharing once again, and we're just going to very quickly build this out. It won't take long at all. We're going to build it from one of the other ones. So let me come over to here, and we'll just duplicate this, because what we're going to do is we're not going to make it look exactly like the one that I had just there, but we will make it look in keeping with the rest of our scenes. So I'm going to hide this part. So I'll go to the view. I'll just change this to hide object list. We're not going to be doing any animation. I'll just make this quick. And what we'll do is we'll reduce the size of this window. In fact, what we'll do is we'll make it, where should we have it? I'm just trying to think where to have our videos when they play out. Because one thing we want to do is, if I just flip back to that a minute again, so that you can see what I'm trying to figure out here. The actual placement of those little boxes, so these boxes that we've got on the, I'm in demo mode so you can see it, these boxes that I've got up here, we need to get those the right size. We can place them anywhere in the screen. You do that in YouTube itself, but you do have to make them the right size, because I don't think you can resize them in YouTube. So let me come back to this one again. So what I want to do is, if I come out of demo mode, it might help, and you can actually see my screen a bit better. What we want to do is put those two little boxes on. So what I'm thinking is, there's lots of different ways you can sort of structure this. Perhaps we could have two down the side, but maybe we might want to do something a little bit different. Perhaps we could have two boxes down below or something like that. So let me just have a little think about this while I make it up on the fly. So let me have a look at format, style, and then arrange. And what we'd had is, if you remember, we sort of locked this at a particular size, but perhaps we could change the size of that. So let's say constrain proportions. We're going to take that off now, and we're just going to drag this down. So we're going to make it, again, it's not going to be exactly like that one that I did. Which side should we have the next videos up? I tend to think having them on this side is better, because if somebody's watching on a phone, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm thinking people tend to either hold the phone with this hand so they can touch the button with their thumb, or if they're watching in a side one, I don't know. It tends to be my right thumb that would do the clicking. So you do want to make it easy for people to click on the video and watch the next one if they're watching on a mobile device. So I would say have the videos over here. So we want to put a couple of boxes that are going to be placeholders for them. Now, unfortunately, whatever the video thumbnails are that come up, because as you can see, that I just showed you all I have is a blank box. But when you actually watch this on YouTube, YouTube will place either a playlist or a video in those little boxes. So let me come back again to my screen sharing. So we want to put a couple of boxes, but there's no point to have round corners on them because Facebook will just be rectangular corners. So let's come across to, we could still use that one actually. So we'll press Alt and drag it across. And I'm just going to drag that rounded corner so that it becomes a square. The thing that you need to get right so that it is the right size, and write this one down, 620 pixels by 620 by 350. And I've just written it down so that I don't forget it as well. That box will now be the right size for those little videos. So let's just move this across, and we could think about how we could make this. We could make that so that we've got one there. As I say, you've got different ways that you can place things. And on the end screen, you can place up to 2 videos or 2 playlists, but two sort of items. And then you can also have the subscribe button appear on there as well. They can appear up to 20 seconds before the end of the video. So mine's timed so that I have a bit of a gap. Where is it gone now? Here we go. So I've got a bit of a gap with sort of me in the picture, and then the videos appear immediately, but then there's a bit of a gap before the actual subscribe button appears, and that would appear just above where it says subscribe on screen now. I'll show you how to set all this up in YouTube as well while we're doing it, because I want this to be a sort of complete package for you really. So let me come back over to there. Where is it gone? I didn't actually plan to do all of this, so this particular part, so that's why I'm just a little bit sort of figuring it out on the fly as I go along. So let me just grab this one and I'll move that down there, and just to be a bit different to what I'm doing, we'll have a video, and the subscribe button can be in the middle. So that already is centered. How does that look in terms of the space? We could perhaps drag that across a bit, and let's just make it the same height. I'm going to have to change this to squares because it would annoy me that we've got some boxes with squares and some boxes with rounded corners, even though in the other scenes we've got rounded corners. I've painted myself into a corner really, haven't I? But we've got to do something, so let's leave it like that. So what this is going to be when it's finished is it's going to have a video here, a video here. The subscribe button is going to be where that big sort of highlighted, where my mouse pointer is, when that pops up. And then we've got our picture in here. Because we are not going to do cutouts for this background, I'm actually going to change, sorry for knocking the microphone, I'm actually going to change these 2 rectangles here. I'm going to make those totally transparent. So the fill, no fill. There we go, so we can see through them. So when they pop up on screen, there won't be that black there. You'll be able to see through if there's any delay in the videos coming up, because I think it just looks better if there's no blank space behind them. I mean, you could just leave them off completely, to be honest, but I think it just looks nice to have a border around the actual next up video sort of thing in YouTube. But this one, we're going to have to do that little cutout trick again. So let's just do that quickly now. I'm sure you can remember how to do this now. File, export to images, and this one is now slide number 5. Let's just make a note of that. So export from slide number 5, tab to go to between the 2 of them, and remember to change that to PNG, and click on next. And then it's going to ask us where to save it, and let me see, where's it gone? Example files, Ecamm overlays. So this one we'll call end screen. It's going to actually save that as a folder anyway, but never mind. So there we go. That is all we want for that. Now what I'll need to do now, before I forget, let me just save this file, because I think we're pretty much done with this file for what we need to do today. So I'm going to call this overlays. So when you get this download, all I'm going to do is zip up all of this, these files, and then put them on the site. You'll be able to download them. So it's overlays.key is the one that we're doing all of these overlays in. There'll be one other file in there, one other Keynote file that we'll do after, but we'll get to that in a minute. So that is overlays. We can shut that down now. We are done with Keynote for the moment until we get onto Streamdeck. So there we go, we're done with that. So what we want to do now is, if I come back to my main screen, we want to create this last scene in here. So let me share my whole screen to do demo mode again. Let's take this main scene, and I'll show you now an easy way. If we've got a scene with a camera and things like that that we like already, we can just go down to this duplicate button here, down at the bottom. If you see where my mouse is, and click on that, and it will say copy of demo. So let's call this demo end screen. And there's another good reason for me to put this one in. I'm glad I remembered, to be honest, because it will show a good little feature that we can do for how you can do everything and end your scenes all in one go. So demo end. Now what we need to do is we need to change this overlay. Now this overlay that we've got here, just hide some of these. Here you can see we've got this Ecamm overlay. So we want to just we're going to delete that. Because it's showing in the current scene, if I delete it from here, it only deletes it from that scene. And so if I go back to my main, you can see that it's still there in that particular scene, but it's not now in this one. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add our image overlay. And end screen. I'll tidy all these file names up for you so that you'll see exactly what they are. We're going to add that in. I've missed a step out. Silly Billy. Let me come back. End screen. What was the step? Prizes for guessing what the step was. I didn't actually do that instant alpha. So mark up and go to the alpha tool, which is that little one that looks like a magic wand, if you remember that. So we click on that one, and then we go to that instant alpha. That now has gone to the grey of the grey background. Save. Okay, so now we can do that. So now we'll go to add the image overlay, and we'll click on end screen. There we go. Now what we need to do now is, it's probably not the best of scenes, because what I've got there, I'll just explain this issue so that now you know. This scene was set up that the actual source for the scene was the camera, which means it takes up the whole of the background, and you can't resize it in that case. So what I need to do is, let's just change that to a blank scene, and then we'll add in a camera source, which will be my camera. There we go. And we could make that square, or we could just drag it out to the place where we want it, and we want to get it in the middle of that box, don't we? But we can just do it like that, and then drag the overlay over to the top of it, and that is now our end scene. I'm feeling like my old scenes need to be updated, my old overlays. These look far more happy and cheery and colourful, don't they? My old ones are beginning to look a little bit bland now. I'm probably making a mistake giving these all away for free, aren't I? But never mind, it's a bit too late now. So there we go. So this is the end scene that we've got, and we could also add in some music. Now, when you're recording, if you want to do everything with 0 edits, like I do, or like I want to do, then I wanted to have a way that when I go to my end scene, I've got it all timed so that I know, because bear in mind, you can set the time when the little images come over the top in YouTube for the the videos that are going to appear in these two boxes. That can happen up to 20 seconds before the end of the video. So I wanted to know when is the end of the video so that I could time everything. So the way I did that was, I've got some music at the end of my video anyway, which happens to be this one. So that's what I play at the end of my video. And I've got a version of that that is 20 seconds long. I just cropped the audio. I'll do a video about that at another time perhaps, but for now I just took my the music, which again I got from Epidemic. Go to takeonetech.io/epidemic to get your free trial of Epidemic sounds. But I took the music from that and I cropped it down to be exactly 20 seconds. So then what I did was I added that to my scene. So now we've got that music in our scene. And by the way, I don't think I mentioned it before, it appears up in this top corner. So when you've got the music in your scene and you sort of hover over it, you can see the music that is selected is actually there. And so if I go to this one, and then I come back to, oh, it's telling me, what's that telling me? Oh, it's my camera phone. If I come back to my end screen now, the music will start playing automatically. Now what I know when I'm filming is that I have now 20 seconds until I need to hit the end button. I could actually, and I'll show you how to do it later, is I could actually put a time in that in the Streamdeck, and I haven't for a number of reasons, but I want to be able to demonstrate the process to you is the primary one. But you could have it so that when that music ends, it actually just ends the recording. And so that means that you're doing whatever you're doing, talking to people, doing your presentation, then you come to the end screen and say, thanks very much for watching. Plenty more where that came from. Don't forget to check out these other videos coming up next, and so on and so on and so on. And yeah, then when this music comes to an end at some point, you could have it so that it would just literally stop the recording, and that would be it done. You will have done your intro, so you will have had your stream starting soon. From here, it's going to go straight into your main scene. If you want to do a whole animated title sequence, I'm going to do a more advanced animation, Keynote animation video all about that, how I made mine and how you can do other more advanced things in that. So you might want it to go to like a title scene, which is what I do with my streams. And then you've basically got these different scenes. You can flick between them, showing your desktop, showing top-down camera, or maybe, you know, this could equally be interview mode, couldn't it? You know, you could use that if you're on the Ecamm Live. There's 2 different levels of membership, and the higher level means that you also get that interview mode where you can have people dialing in. Do people dial anymore? I'm not sure. Anyway, so then you could have like 2 pictures, or maybe you've just got, you know, doing interview mode, you've got 2 cameras, 2 people side by side, maybe in the same room or something like that, that you want to use these 2 pictures for. All of this to say, yeah, you can flick between all of your different scenes. You create all of your show, whatever it is, and then you click on your end screen, the music plays, and it ends. And once it ends, the recording ends, and you get this. If I was to click here, finish, it would finish, and it will pop up with a little thing in Ecamm Live. I can't show you without finishing it, and that would stop the recording. But it pops up and says either go to the video in the Finder, so it will just click on the button and it'll open that video in the Finder, or there's even a button, publish to YouTube, and you can just send it to YouTube and you're done. And so you can literally, with Ecamm Live, just sit down, do a whole video, a whole presentation, switching between scenes and everything, and have it just automatically go to YouTube in as long as it takes you to do the video. And that's sort of what I do. But that brings me onto the next point, which is how do you switch between screens, and that is with Streamdeck. But before I do that, I nearly forgot. What I need to do is I need to show you how you actually put these end cards in, as they're called. So if I go over to my YouTube, because you've often perhaps seen this and wondered how are they doing this, and in here I'm in my YouTube studio, my YouTube account. By the way, guys, 46 subscribers. Need to get that number up a bit, don't I? If you've got the time, spare a moment, don't forget to go down and hit that like and subscribe button and get that number up just a little bit for me, please. Thank you very much. So let's go over to the content. So if I go into the content and I'll pull up one of my previous videos and click in edit. So there we go. So if I come down to the side here and I go down to the end screens, this is where you add in those little end screens with the links to other things. And as you can see, you've basically got a timeline. You can stretch it. It stretches back from like the end. So it just defaults. This view will default to the end of your timeline. And then you can come all the way back 20 seconds. And that is defining where your sort of elements come in. Now this you can see has got a sort of one of my end screens, and I've got 3 elements in there at the moment. I've got one is a playlist one is a video and one is my subscribe button. So the way you do that is you just click on add element, and you can choose in here from either a video, a playlist, or a channel. So I've just added in another video. You saw how easy that was. So what you can do is here, you can add, I mean, I put 2 in that whoops daisy. So here you would select which video you wanted. So I'll just put one in as an example. In that end screen that I created for us in our template pack, I only had 2 videos so that you've got a nice big place for you to talk, but you could add as many as you want. I think having too many just becomes a bit of a distraction. So in fact, let's say I don't want that anymore. I'll just delete it. But before I do, let me just show you how easy it is to just drag along in the timeline. In fact, change the time of it. Let me see. There we go. So drag the end of it, and you can see that it's now going to start at this point. So bearing in mind that we've got the full width is 20 seconds back from the end. So that's how, if you wanted to do some slightly more complicated things, like for example, my end screen, I have it where you can see me at the beginning of it, but then it swipes up. And so I sort of disappear from the view, and that's so that subscribe information can come up. But for the moment, we'll just delete this new one that I've added. So I'll delete that. And there will come. And so I'll go back into here, and yeah, you can see that this is where I've got that subscribe button is appearing slightly later than the rest of it, and that comes in after that yellow section has wiped up. But yeah, you can choose between either a video or a playlist, or when you get to a certain level in YouTube in terms of subscribers and watches and whatever, then you can also actually have a link to an external site. So maybe if you wanted to like a link to your website or something like that. So there are different options for the video. You can either choose a specific video, or you can link to you can have YouTube choose a video, so best for viewer. So that's what I tend to do, rather than directing them to a specific video at the end. I'm guessing that YouTube knows better than me what they might want to watch. And then down at the bottom, I've got a link to a playlist. So I tend to cycle that one depending on what the video content is. If it's Ecamm content, then I'll direct people to my Ecamm playlist. Whereas if it's like some sort of software review or something like that, then I'll link to my software reviews playlist in there as well. So I just thought I'd mention that just so that you can see how you add these end cards in. You can create templates for this as well. In fact, a good way to create templates is with TubeBuddy. I did a video all about TubeBuddy. In fact, it's a great little thing, and it sits actually in your as part of it's sort of like a plugin, a service you subscribe to, and it sits within your YouTube studio, and has got some great features like links to the various different parts of YouTube, gives you some shortcuts to it. It's great for coming up with tags, coming up with or finding tags that have got high probability of success. It's got this deep integration, so it tells you like what else I need to do when I'm editing the video. So here it's saying I need to add chapters into this video, something that I obviously haven't done yet. So yeah, I need to go back in and add my chapter markers, add info cards. Those are the little things where people say I'll link to it in the top. This video was just uploaded yesterday, so I haven't got around to actually doing that yet. But yeah, it's really good. It tells you that of the sort of 8 best practices, I've done 6 of them for this video. So I just need to go back and do those last 2, and that will help me with that. And then the tags as well. It's got integration in there, so it will find, you type in a tag and it will find similar tags or tags that people have been searching for. And yeah, TubeBuddy is a really good service. It's a paid service, but I think if you've got less than 1,000 subscribers, then it's half price for the until you've reached that level. So I think it works out at like $3.50 a month. I think it's about $7 a month, something like that, but half price if you are or maybe it's $7.99 a month, half price. I wasn't really planning to mention this, so apologies, I've not got the pricing exactly right. But yeah, it's a great service. And if you want to try it out for yourself, then go to takeonetech.io/TubeBuddy, and you can give that a go there. It's really helped me, to be honest, as someone who's quite new to YouTube. It's really helped me with going through that process of actually getting my descriptions right. It helps you make sure you've got your titles right, getting keywords that you've put in there, getting good keywords and keywords that are searched for, but then also reminding you to make sure you've got the keywords in your descriptions, in your titles, things like that. It's like a little coach really for me every time I load up a video to make sure that I'm going through that checklist and hitting all of those points. Anyway, let's get back. That was a bit of an unexpected digression on my part. So that was how you add in those end cards. So let's have a recap at where we are, because my God, 20 minutes past 3 hours of recording. So if you're still sticking with this, well done. First of all, I wish I had a little round of applause thing, but yeah, I'm hoping that there's some value in this and it's a good little walkthrough. I will be splitting this all up into lots of smaller videos, obviously, but yeah, I hope this serves as just basically how to get everything set up from start to finish for you. So let's have a little recap at where we are up to, because we're nearly there. We're nearly at the finish line. We've got our countdown timer. It records. It counts down and then it automatically goes into our next scene. We've then gone through and we do our show. We've got all of our different scenes. And then it goes to our end screen. And now we know how to put those videos into our end screen in YouTube as well. So now how do we actually switch between them? Well, the scenes are all in an order. And if I just flick back to my this one, you can see they're all in an order. Well, the one at the top is number 1. The next one is number 2. The next one is number 3, number 4, and so on. And all you can do to switch between scenes is press Command and then the scene number. So this is scene 1. Then I press Command 2 to go to scene 2. Command 3, scene 3. Command 4, scene 4. Command 5. So in fact, there you go. You just saw I'm just doing this on the keyboard. So let's go back to our scene 3. Command 2. And we go back to that scene. So that's how you can easily switch between scenes. But you may want to have something else to do that. And that is where we come on to the Streamdeck. And I'm going to just go to that overhead shot that we had. What was that? That was, let me just come back to that one. This one, the overhead shot. And I'll come out of my demo mode. This is where Streamdeck comes in. And the Streamdeck is a device that sits on your desk. It's got this other little riser as well, which I use, which sort of angles it up. So you can see that when it's sitting on like that, then it's more just sort of tilted back towards you. So it's easier to press. And there are different sizes of Streamdeck. There are 3 sizes, in fact. This one is called the XL, the extra large, and it is 4 buttons deep by 8 buttons wide. And all of these buttons are actually little individual screens, and you can program each button to do a different thing. And then you can change the image that is on the screen. And then you can use those to control what your things are doing. So if I was, for example, to switch this one to this is my original top-down shot, a different scene. There we go. I'll click on that one. There we go. We've gone back to my original top-down scene. Or that one changes to my main scene. So that's how you can switch between scenes. Now, I'll put a link in the description to the Streamdeck, but I'll just show you the other 2 because one of them is worth looking at and the other one, in my view, is just not worth looking at. But I'll show you them nevertheless. So let me come over to my screen sharing. Where has it gone now? Okay, so here we go. This is the Streamdeck that I have, the 32 key version, and it is $250. I'll leave a link in the description to these. By the way, when I leave links to things on Amazon, they are all affiliate links. It doesn't cost you anything more to buy it through my link, but then I'll just get a sort of referral commission or whatever. So just to be clear on that, these are affiliate links, but I'm only ever mentioning things that I actually use. And yeah, Streamdeck is, as I say, it's been revolutionary for me, as you will see by my other video content all about how I use it. But yeah, there is the 32 key version. There's also the sort of original, which is the 15 key version, which was the sort of the first one. And I think they refined it a lot in terms of like the stand. Can you see that's like on a sort of a kickstand at the back, as opposed to this one where it's a sort of built-in thing, and it feels a lot more solid in my opinion. So there's a 32 key, which is the XL. There is the 15 key, which is the standard, and then there is the 6 key. Now, I think there's very few use cases for the 6 key version in my opinion, and the reason is, even if you've only got a couple of scenes that you're switching between, then once you get a Streamdeck, you will find so many different things that you can do with it that you never thought possible, or you never even realized you needed a device to do. It's so versatile. And I think if you get the 6-key version, you might end up regretting it, because it's it doesn't have enough room to grow with. I'm already, in fact, if I just show you on my top down screen, I can stop sharing. I'm still sharing my screen from NDI on my little thing. So what I have on my top down view, if I switch over to that one, 1 second, there we go, my top down. So I've got my Streamdeck, which is the big one, but I've also got Streamdeck running on my phone and also on this little phone here. And the reason is, you don't have to go out and buy a Streamdeck to try it. You can try it by getting the app, and there's a free trial on the app. After the free trial, it's a subscription of, I want to say it's about $3 a month, but I can't remember exactly. But go and try it anyway. In fact, let me just pull up the page for it, because then you can have a look at what exactly it should be looking like on the App Store. And I can probably tell you what it costs. There we go. Let me come to my screen sharing. There you go. That's what you want to search for. I'll put a link to it in the description anyway. But this is where it is on the App Store. Elgato Streamdeck Mobile. And annoyingly, it isn't telling me the price on here, but it's free and offers in-app purchase. I really want to tell you how much it is, because there we go. $3. I was right, I think. So if you pay for the, once you get the free trial, the trial is free for a month, I think. A month, a week, 2 weeks, I can't remember exactly. I bought the trial, and then I tried it for 2 days, and then I immediately ordered the XL. It was that much of a game changer for me. But yeah, so you buy the, you download the app for free, try it out, and then you've got a monthly subscription of $2.99, or you can pay up front for a year for $25. And so then you've got Streamdeck on your iPhone. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to look at how to build out the scene transitions for our scenes using our Streamdeck mobile app rather than the big one. And that way you can see exactly how it works, and I'll be able to show you on this little mobile. So what I've done is I've actually prepared, and I've got a nice, as you can see, I've got a nice blank template of all these little buttons. So these basically replicate the buttons. And by the way, if you do build something out in the mobile app, and then you do upgrade and actually buy the sort of hardware device, you can copy all of those across, and all of the actions will be retained, and all of the graphics will be retained. So let's look at exactly how we can do that now. So I'll go and share my screen again, and I'll show you the actual Streamdeck interface. If I flip over to this screen here, in fact, why don't I go and do this in my screen sharing with our nice new screen sharing view? There we go. That's better, isn't it? We've got our proper overlay in it there. And let me just lock that overlay before. There we go. I want to make sure that I've got this locked, and it's the background, isn't it, that I need to lock. So I'll just lock that scene. I'm talking to myself again here. Do talk amongst yourselves. Right, so we've got our screen sharing. This is what you can see here. This is my Streamdeck XL, and these are all the buttons that I've got for it at the moment. I've got a whole load of other things, and I sort of drag in different ones depending on what I'm doing. But let me start with, I'll go here and I'll go to the little iPhone 5 XS. So that now is the grid that you've just seen on this little phone here. It's the blank grid. What Streamdeck allows you to do is basically two main things. Either control things that you would normally be able to control with the keyboard, like with keyboard shortcuts and things like that. Or if a particular developer has been very forward thinking and developed their own actions to use within Streamdeck, then you can also access those with buttons as well. Unfortunately, Ecamm Live is a very forward-thinking company. And what they've done is, if I come down here, you can see that there's a whole range of Ecamm Live actions. I'll do another video that's all about an introduction to Streamdeck, and I'll link that in the top corner, where I talk about all of these other things that you can do in terms of like system commands and Streamdeck things and all of these other different integrations. There's a lot more that you can add by coming down to this more actions. You can do lots of other deep integration. But we're going to look in Ecamm Live, because as you can see, there are a ton of commands in here. So there's a couple of things that we're going to want to do. We want to, first of all, we want to activate all of our scenes. So let's just do that one first. If we come down here, we can see that there are a series of commands, and we've got one here that is run scene. So all we do is we just drag this over to this side, and we've got scenes. It will default to whatever scene you happen to be on at the moment, which is screen share, but you could change that and it will just bring up the list. So we'll go to demo countdown. In fact, we won't do the countdown because I'll tell you why in a little bit. Let's do the main scene first. Then we want to add another one. So we've got the main scene, and we'll go to here, and then we'll change that to be run scene. It is run scene, and it is a, let's do the screen share. And what you can see is, if I hold my thing up, you can see that now I've got these two buttons on my my phone app, or it would be on the Streamdeck if I was on there. And if I tap between them, you can see that with the phone, I am just actually now, as easy as that, it's amazing. It never ceases to amaze me. I'm switching between the two scenes, and that took no time at all, did it? Okay, so let's just go through and add in a couple more for our other scenes. So we want to run scenes. We'll do this one. We'll just drag a few on, because how many scenes have we got that I want to do this for? So we've got this one. We'll change that to be, just come down here. You can change the titles of them, but as you'll see, we're going to actually, the title actually appears in the writing. I don't know if you can actually make that out. You see it, that screen share. It tells you the name of the scene. So in Ecamm, they, although it says here the title is run scene, you could change that, but they very cleverly actually put the name of the scene in there, on the button itself. So let me just change this. So we've got screen sharing. We've got top down. We've got this one. Let's make this top down. What was the other ones we had in there? The phone screen, that's right. And then the end screen. So the end screen, I'll do that one as well. And it's just the start one that I haven't got, but I'll tell you why in a moment. End screen. There you go. So now with my phone, I can just flick between all of these scenes. Isn't it magic? It's absolutely magic. This is a match made in heaven. So there we go. And end scene there. Right. So we've got some buttons for that. The next thing that you might want to do is you might want to have a button for, obviously, if you've got that stream starting soon, the countdown timer. But the thing about this is, bear in mind that this is going to happen like when you actually go live. Well, wouldn't it be great if we could just have this activate at the same time as you go live? Well, fortunately, if I share my screen again, what you can also do, there is a button here which is go live. So we could just, whoops, I'm trying to drag it on my view over here, but I need to do it on the actual desktop itself. So what you can do is you can click on go live. By the way, the button, just one thing to note, is go live, but when you're actually, the button changes depending on what's happening. So if in Ecamm you are set to a setting where you're going to be streaming, then it would display go live. If it was you were set to do a recording, this button would say record. And if you are in the middle of a recording or streaming, it will say finish. So you can see how the button is called go live, but the action says finish. So I'm just going to delete that so that I don't accidentally hit it. But that is how you could add a button to start or stop your recording. Okay. You can also add a publish button. So that means that literally at the end of the recording, you're going to publish it to YouTube. And then you can have like forward and back switch between scenes and so on. But what we want to do is we want to actually start this recording and change that scene at the same time. Well, as well as actions, these are all called actions, there's actually multi-actions. So if I click in here and do create multi-action, then what we're going to do is we'll call this one start stream. Whoops, start stream, like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click here, this little button. You see the content says 0 actions. Well, once we click this little arrow here, that little arrow, what that allows us to do is then just add in any other actions. So it basically performs all those actions like we had before, but you can just add in any number of them. So what we want to do is, first of all, we want to make sure we're on that scene. So let me just drag in a new scene. And we want that to change to, if I click on that action, we want that to be, our demo countdown, our countdown scene. So whatever scene we're in, we want to flick to that scene and we want to start our recording. So then you could click this go live. We're going to drag that one in. So now the action on that button, it's called start stream. You can see the titles and things are all, we've got orange writing on it there. So if you want, the title is here, you can go in here and you can change that. So you could change the font. You have some changes that you can make over the position of it and the color and so on. But we're not going to worry about that because I'm going to show you how to make some beautiful looking pictures for them. So, but basically, if I was to click that button, it would switch to the countdown scene and then it would start recording. Similarly, if you wanted to do one to end the scene, we could make, to end the recording, we could create a multi-action here. And we go into this one and just, let's say, end. And how about this for a power move? Watch this. We could go into here. We'll go to action. I'm going to, you need to go and play around with all of these, but hopefully I'm giving you some idea of what you can do. I will have a lot more videos. There'll be a Streamdeck whole playlist on my site, on my YouTube, so you can check out that for more ideas. But I'll just quickly show you what the power of this. So what we want to do here is we want to change to the final scene. So if I go to run scene, and then we want to change to our end screen. And if you can remember that music was exactly 20 seconds, because that's the time of the title cards can be on, then we could program that in by going to here and clicking on what we want to do is there's one from Streamdeck, which is you can add in a delay. So in Streamdeck, you can add in a delay. And here, we want to put the delay in milliseconds. Now, 1 second is 1,000 milliseconds. So 20 seconds is 20,000 milliseconds. So this is going to be the delay. You can name these all so that you can see what they all are, but I'm just going to leave it like that for now. So this is going to switch to that scene, wait 20 milliseconds. Then we want to end the recording. Now, bear in mind, this go live button can be either go live, record, or finish. So depending on what's happening. So if you are recording, it will be the end recording button. So we'll drag that one in. And then we want to upload it, don't we, to YouTube. So let's click publish. So now we've got 4 actions there. And bear in mind that, you know, we want to be able to do this all as frictionless as possible. We've got a button there that's going to change to the start scene and start recording. We've got these buttons to flick between all our scenes, and then we click that big button there, and it takes us to the end scene, counts us down 20 seconds, and then it sends it to YouTube. So now we've got everything controlled from here. We're going to make icons for all of these, and it's not going to take long at all. Trust me, we're nearly there now. You nearly have a absolutely complete start to finish system. In fact, how long have we been going for? Let me just check over here. 3 hours 37. Congratulations. I'm going to try and get this all wrapped up within the next 20 minutes. So it'll be a nice little 4-hour course. And in fact, there's one little bit. I've got to confess, I've got to cut out because I did a little demo of TubeBuddy or something like that. I forget now. It's getting a bit long, isn't it? But I forgot to share my screen, so I will have to just make one single edit. I was so close, a 4-hour video with no edits, but I am going to have to make an edit. An edit. Anyway, right. So if we come into here, what I need to do is we'll just delete that one. I'll do a full overview of all of these features afterwards. There's 3 that we need to do. We've got our lower third, don't forget. So we want to be able to play that. So let us go to, in here, we've got a thing which is show or hide overlays. So where is that? You got show or hide picture in picture. 1 second. There it is, show or hide overlay. So if I drag that one in, we want to show or hide our overlay. So it's already defaulted to that. Look, it says animated lower third. So if I click that button, it's going to show that lower third, and then press it again and it'll hide it. So that's already perfect. That's what we want. I'll just leave the animated one in there. You could just do the same for that static one as well, but for the purpose of this demonstration, I'll just leave that one in there. There's a couple of other ones that you may be interested in, which is, which ones was I going to do now that I think about it? So first of all is demo mode. So demo mode is that thing I do where I click like this if you want to be able to show people your whole screen. And that one, there isn't a button built in to Ecamm Live, but you can do it using a hotkey, because the hotkey is Command-Shift-D. So what we want to do is we want to do that. Now, normally in Streamdeck, you would add a hotkey, and all you do is you go down here and click Assign and click Command-Shift-D on the keyboard, and it puts it in. And so now, if I was to press that button, which one is it on that one? If I was to press that button, then it would take me in and out of demo mode by pressing the button on the Streamdeck. However, there's a bit of a problem, which is if you're not in Ecamm Live and you're in another application or something like that, then when you press Command-Shift-D as a shortcut, it will just do whatever it was supposed to do in that application rather than Streamdeck. So the way around this is we actually need to do a multi-action. We'll call it demo mode, like that. And then what we'll do is we'll go and edit that. And the first thing we'll do is we'll click Open. And that's in System. So we'll click Open. And we'll select from our applications we will click or search for Ecamm Live app. Now, if Ecamm wasn't open, this action has the effect of opening that application. However, if the application is already open, then all this does is switches to that app. And so it's a little sort of hack, if you like, or shortcut to switch between apps. And so if you've gone to demonstrate something and you're maybe showing someone in Safari or something like that, then having this little step in first in this multi-action and then putting in the keyboard shortcut of Command-Shift-D, which I think is right. Let me just double check that. Yes, it is. Then what that does is it will mean that when I click on that button, it will hop back to Ecamm Live and then do the Command-Shift-D shortcut. So that will actually do the screen sharing. So now when I click on that button, you can see that it actually shares my screen and then stops sharing the screen. So that is one of the buttons that we want to add in. So let me just press this little arrow to come back out of that. So let me just delete that old one. We don't need that. Delete. So what's this one? We've got our lower third. We've got our end and start the stream. We've got our 5 other scenes there. We've got demo mode. And I think that is probably about all we need for now. So one thing you'll notice is these aren't really very pretty, aren't they? They certainly don't look as pretty as those ones that I showed you before. If I use my Streamdeck to go to my top down, you can see how I've got nice little icons there, can't you? Right, well, guess where we're going to go to make those. I've done another video about that, but I'll do it again here just to show you how quick it is. And I think it's useful to have it as part of this whole thing in case there is anybody who is doing this marathon video and sticking with it right to the end. We're going to create the icons in Keynote. This won't take long, I promise. So let's just have a think about which ones we need. In fact, I'm just going to write them down just so that I don't forget. So we've got the main one, we've got the main view, we've got screen share. We've got demo mode. Let me have a look. Let me share this with you so that you can see my screen. Whoops. Pressed the wrong button. 1 second. Screen share. There we go. So we're just making a note about these scenes. So we've got this one, demo mode, screen share, top down. We've got the phone view, and we've got the end screen. In fact, the end screen, let's just take that one out because we've actually got that all in one now, haven't we? So we've got the start and end, and then we've got the lower third. So we've got start, end, lower third. And we've got the demo mode. That's the one where it just shares the full Ecamm interface. Right, so still on my screen sharing. I'm going to drag this out of the way for a moment and let's get back into Keynote. And I'll go to Keynote and create a new folder, a new file. 1 second. File, new. Right, here's the little trick with this one. If I bring this up over into this window here. Right, we're going to go to create a new presentation. In the document properties, just any size will do, but in the document properties over in the top here, you want to click on document. And here you can see this is where you would change that slide size that I mentioned when we talked about it way back, however many hours ago that was. And you can change between a widescreen or 4:3. Okay, but you can also change custom slide size, and this is what we're going to use for this little trick. And we're going to make this, doesn't really matter, we want square images. So I think 300 by 300 will be more than enough, but let's just make them a bit bigger just in case. 400 by 400, I can't remember the exact pixel size of the screens on the Streamdeck, so I'll just do this. What we're going to do here is we're going to go in and edit our slide master again, just like we did before. So I'm in the document settings, but I want to be in the format settings. So I'm going to go to edit slide layout, and then I'm going to come all the way down to the bottom one. In fact, let me just quickly get rid of all these. You know, like I did before, getting rid of the slide masters. I'm just going to do that again, but save you the hassle of watching me do that all again. Right, we're back. So I've just deleted all of those slides basically, and we're just left with our blank slide. So this is basically the template that we're going to use for all of our little buttons. So what I'm going to do is, let's say we want to have a color for it. Now, what color did we use for our thing? Well, we've got our color palette all still there actually. So let's think about a background color. Now, one thing I do on my Streamdeck is if I just come across to my top-down camera for one moment, you can see that my keys are all consistent in terms of their color, but there's this one that is sort of highlighted yellow. Well, that's actually the active scene, and in Ecamm and in Streamdeck you can highlight, there's two colors. So if you've got something that's like a toggle either on or off, then you can have like one color for on and one color for off. And so that's what I've done with my keys here. I've got basically there's two little images. One of them is the on state and one of them is the off state. So that's what we're going to do here. A lot of people wouldn't bother. It may be a bit overkill, but it's part of my OCD. I've just got to get these things right and like that. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to create the icons that we need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 icons, and we're going to have them like with an on state and an off state. Although a couple of them are just only single state, but never mind, we'll get to that. So that's what we need to do. So we want to think about the background colors. Now, since we've already got a sort of color color palette, if you like, I've come back to my original one. It's going to be if you can get your scenes and that all branded the same way all the way through, it definitely helps to look consistent. But since we have made these today, it would be rude not to use them. So I'm just going to switch out to this one for the time being. So here we go. We've got our blank scene again. And just by the way, you can see here that my sort of image is cutting over the top of the screen share. So if you are going to do something like this, bear in mind this fact, and that you don't cut over the top of the area that you need to share, which is why with my original screen sharing, it is a sort of bit in itself. Although I think this might be a little bit small, really. It's probably a bit better to have the actual screen sharing being a bit bigger. But anyway, I'm just waffling to myself again. So here we go. So the background for these slides, if I go into the shape and we want to, we can change the background fill of this slide, and we'll change the color. So let's pick a color from our color wheel. Let me think what is going to work well for these. Maybe we should try the purple and blue, pink, orange. Decisions. Let's try, maybe we just try these two colors. So we'll have the background blue, but then we'll create another slide. So we'll just duplicate that. And then in this one, we'll have the background as a different blue, this blue. So now basically we've got like an on blue and an off blue, if you see what I mean, for these two switches. So that is our slide master done. I'll just move that out of the way. So now we've got a blank scene. And so now what we want to do is create those buttons. So we need one for our main scene, one for our screen sharing, top-down view, phone view, the start and end, and then we've got one for lower third and demo mode as well, haven't we? Well, let's start with the main view, which is the main front-on view. What we're going to do there is to add on little icons and pictures. I'm going to go up to the top. Whoopsie daisy. I just moved my hand over the top of here. In fact, I missed out all of my my scenes about this, but never mind. Let me come back to this one, my screen sharing. Right, so what we want to do is we're going to come up to the top here, and you can see this shape. So this is where we came up to before to pick out our squares and things like that. Sorry, I'm moving my mouse over the actual preview in Ecamm Live rather than the application itself. So that's easily done. We're going to come up here to this shape. So I'll click on that shape. But as well as these simple shapes, there's actually hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of little useful icons. So these are great to use as your symbols for your Stream Deck because they cover a multitude of things. So if I type a little search in for a person, let's have a look. We've got, there we go. That's probably a good one for a face on shot. So let's just drag that out. And then let's make that just white. I'm going to keep this nice and simple for now. So I'm going to press Command C to copy that shape. And then I'm going to add a new slide, and we'll make the light blue version. And I'll press Paste. Paste. So now we've got, imagine that on and off. You get where this is going now, I hope. So now we're going to add another slide, and we need to do the screen share. Well, what we need here is maybe a picture of a computer. So if I go into shape and then I type in, let's put Mac. Yeah, so do you want to do a Mac, desktop or laptop? Up to you. So we just drag that out. Incidentally, if you press the Option key when you drag, it just scales it from the center rather than if I just drag the corner without holding Option. Can you see how it's not centered? So it will drop the image in the center as a default. So then just hit the Option and drag, and it will just maintain the center, so it's still centered. So let's change that to white. Copy that again now, and then let's just go and duplicate that slide, or rather do new slide. Whoops, we don't want to do that. We want to do new slide from up here, so we can pick the light blue version and just click Command V, paste, add a slide, new slide, shape. And what we want to do for this one, this was the top-down shot. I wonder if they've got a camera in here. They have. So this could be a camera, and we'll do that as top down. So how about we drag that one down like that? There we go. That might look a little bit more like a rocket or something, who knows. But for the sake of argument, it just shows us that that's the camera pointing down. Change that to white. I hope you're with me on all of this, and it's not either too slow or too quick. And it's worth sort of repeating all of this just so that you can see how quickly I'm actually building these out. So add a slide. In fact, let me speed things up by just adding multiple slides, because we've got another 6 to go, I think. Actually, we've got another 5 to go. And then we'll add this one. Right. So next we've got the top down, and then we're going to do the phone camera. Well, that's nice and simple for a shape, isn't it? Let's go to here and let's just type phone. Bingo. An iPhone. There we go. Let's scale that up and let's make that white. There we go. Drop that into this one of these ones, no matter which. Next button we want to have is the start button. Well, how about we make that like a record? I suppose it's just a circle, really, isn't it? So that can be like the record button. And we'll just fill that color, whoops, as white. And do that one there. And then we'll come into this one. Stop would be a square, I guess. So we've got record and stop. There we go. Record, stop, lower third, and demo mode. Right, well, lower third, that's basically what we could do for that is, I don't want to confuse it, but what we could do is we could perhaps take this one. In fact, no, let's make it so that it is very clear and we don't get confused. Just sort of thinking about these all on the fly, really. So apologies for chopping and changing. I'm going to sort of make a graphical representation of this. So we'll have no fill. We want no fill. But we want a border. Let's make that a line. And we'll make that a white line. 10 centimeters. 10 points, not centimeters, I beg your pardon. I'm going to change that to white. And what I'm trying to do here is just sort of in some way illustrate that it is a lower third. And so how about we just put, that's the screen, and this is basically a lower third. It's as good as anything, and it tells us that that is like the lower third in the bottom of the screen. So there is our lower third icon. I hope that makes sense in terms of what that's representing. You could also write it on there as well. And the last one is demo mode. So demo mode would be actually similar to that one in terms of its screen. Demo mode would be sort of like that, but then with demo mode you are sharing your Ecamm window like that, and then you're also sharing some different panels and things. So maybe I could represent the panels by having no line and a fill, image fill, not image fill, color fill. There we go. We've got one panel like that. So this is just to represent the sort of panels that you might get in Ecamm, where you've got the different panels around the sides. Any questions about any of this, please feel free, leave them in the comments. Any suggestions as to how this could all be done differently, leave them in the comments. Any personal questions or anything like that you've got that you want some specific answer to as well, then you can always reach out to me on my website. Don't reach out to me on your website, because unless I know your website, I might not be there. Always best to use my website if you want to reach out to me. So it's a bit sad, isn't it, making myself laugh, but there you go. So there we go, we've got this one. I need to copy this over onto the other switch because we are so close to being done. And then I'll just run through the going live checklist, and then you'll be literally ready to go. There we go. So here is our beautiful buttons, and I think I've got them all. We've got our main screen, our screen sharing, top down, phone, start, end, lower third, and demo mode. We're done. Right, we need to export those. You know how to do this. Export to images. Images. Same as before. We want to do all of them. Let's do them as PNGs just to be consistent, and we'll go like that, and then we'll click these and call them our Streamdeck icons, example files. We'll call these Streamdeck icons. And with a bit of luck, we should have them all perfect. We should have them all in here. Now what I'll do now as well, let me just, while I'm doing this, because we've finished, so this file will be, as well as all of these icons, the file will be as part of this download that you can get from my website. So just go to takeonetech.io just takeonetech.io, go up to the store. There will be at some point, depending on when you're watching this, there will be icon packs, overlays and things like that you can buy there, but this one will always be free. So there will be a link. I'll make it nice and bold and clear, maybe at the top of the page or something, free stuff, and you'll be able to get it from there. I think I'm going to do it through my online store, just because, as I said, I've got all of my the infrastructure for digital downloads already set up there. So that will be the easiest and most frictionless way from my point of view to set it all up. But it will be a $0 amount, and you'll just download it from there one way or another. So click up on the store in the top corner and get it from there. You may see other icon packs and things like that. I'm going to put this template in as well. So just have a think about having a go at it yourself, because once you can do this, you'll be able to create any icons that you ever need for it, rather than having to hunt around and getting an icon pack from one place or from me or from somewhere else, and then not having everything that you want. And so you want one more icon and you can't get it to match the others. And if you're OCD like me, you want them all to match. If you can build it yourself, you don't need to do that. So yeah, this will be available on the site. So what I need to do now is I'm just going to save this. So that was my point. I'm going to save that as. So if you want to edit this particular icon pack and change the background colors, don't forget how you can do that. Let me just come and quickly show you that. Is you can come into here, make sure you're in the format section, come down to Edit Slide Master, and click on Edit Slide Master, and then you'll be able to go and change these background colors. So if you like these little icons that I've done for those particular scene transitions, then you can go and Edit Slide Master, change the background, and give them a whole new look. I mean, you could even add that background image and have an image as the background to them. So whatever you want to do. But let me just save this before I forget. So I'm going to save this, and so that you know what it is saved as. So in the downloads, you've got the Streamdeck icons, but we'll also have Streamdeck icon template .key, the Keynote extension. So now, as soon as this video is finished, you'll have that as a download. So the next thing that we want to do, we've finished completely now in Keynote. The next thing we want to do is add these onto our Streamdeck. So we are so close, guys and girls. Let me come to this one. There it is. I'm going to drag my Streamdeck. Oopsie daisy. I'm dragging the wrong thing here. 1 second. Right, so there is our different buttons. Here in the Finder are our different button icons. In fact, if I that makes it just a bit easier, doesn't it? So these icons all available for free from the website. My website, takeonetech.io, and all we're going to do, and don't forget, try out Streamdeck for free just to see if you like it or not. So we're going to go through one by one and apply them now to our different scenes. We've got these icons, so we don't need the actual title on the button itself. I prefer just to take that off. So where you've got the title down here in Streamdeck, you can just click on here, and the same place where you edit the position, the font and size and everything, you can just change that and toggle that off. So you saw how that disappeared from the little button, show and hide title. You've got two different states, and that's depicted by these two little dots at the bottom here. So that's where we're going to use our two different images that we've got. So the main one, one second, we got the main one. So we just drag that and just drag it over like that. Then we click to this other button, and as a default, it does actually just tint it. So it's a slightly darker tint, but I think it's far clearer if you actually have it over like this. Again, it's my OCD nature, I'm afraid. Next one, we're going to go to this one, the screen sharing. So let's click on this one. I will rename all of these files before I upload them, actually, just so that it is clear exactly which ones they are, although it should be pretty clear, but again, OCD, it'll get the better of me every time. The top-down demo mode, so that was this one that looked like a camera from the... it actually looks like a little rocket or something like that, I think. There we go, drop that in there. The phone, so we drop that one on that side. And whoops, there we go, and this one in here. Where's the other one gone? There it is. So yeah, I hope this isn't too much sort of dead air and you're sitting through all of this, but I think it is useful just to see how quickly you can get all of this set up. Now, by the way, this was one where you have multi-actions. You can't actually have two different states to it. It just does the action. So although I created two images for this, we can only have one. But again, I'll take the title off. I forgot to take the title off these ones, so let me just go back and do that as well. And with these sort of things, when you're planning out your Stream Deck or when you're planning out your scenes and things like that, it's worth just spending a bit of time to really give it some thought. So, I mean, my channel, I've only been up for 3 weeks at the moment. So, yeah, 3 weeks yesterday. And the first thing I did was a live stream, and then I'm trying to get basically a video out every day for the first 100 days, just to get the into the process of it. I have been using Ecamm for longer than that. I've been using it to create some sort of recorded video content that wasn't for YouTube. But in any case, spending a bit of time, it's, you know, it is okay to say, oh yeah, just make a start and get out there. But I think there's also some benefit to putting a little bit of thought into it as well. So I don't want you to think like, oh, you've just got to jump straight in and do it without giving it any thought. A bit of planning does help sometimes. And having a bit of planning can help with things like this, because you can think out the scenes that you want, think out the sort of transitions you need to make. And if you just do a bit of planning at the start of it, then yeah, you can just sort of go in and get all these things done in one go, much like we've just done together now. And we've created all of these little graphics, overlays and icons in about 4 hours so far, depending on, there's one little bit I've got to cut out, but yeah, so we've got an overlay there for that one. So that was, which was that? That was the lower third overlay. So that is this one. That's another one where it's just a single button, so there's no sort of toggle as such on that one. So I'll put that one as this one. So yeah, just having a bit of thought to it and get everything mapped out, and then build out all of your scenes, link it into your Stream Deck, and yeah, you can have everything looking really pretty slick and consistent branding, and even have that branding extending to your Stream Deck. Like I say, I'm very OCD like that. I like making sure that my, you know, the things that I'm looking at on my Stream Deck are matching what's on my screen as well. So yeah, this is, we'll do this one. Oh, let me change that to the, there we go. I mean, you might want to have made those buttons, the record and play ones, you know, big, bright red ones, so that you know exactly which one to hit. But for now, they all just look a bit consistent, don't they? So if I flick between my scenes, you can see how I'm actually just activating the scenes. Now that one, let me just change these, because I do want to show you. These 4 on this bottom row are just a single image. They will not change. So let's have those all the same color. But these ones on the top, as I cycle between them, you should see the things changing here. But now we got my top-down shot. and I'm trying to show you what's happening on the phone, thinking you can see it, but you can't. So can you see how now we're in the top-down shot, which is this button, and this button is highlighted? Whereas if I flick to the screen share button, then you can see it on the Stream Deck that this one has now gone blue, and this one is now the light blue. So that's just to show that they're changing on there. So there we go. We have got our Stream Deck set up, controlling our whole production. We've got our overlay set up. Everything is absolutely done. And so, with that said, the last thing that I wanted to talk about today, if you're still listening, well done, is a going live checklist. So let me just come down to here, and I'll start with this one because I've got a sneaking suspicion. There we go, I'm back. The importance of checklists. If you haven't read this book, The Checklist Manifesto by Atul Gawande, I highly recommend it. I'll link to it in the description, but it is all about the power of checklists and why they are so important. And for it, it is basically a case study of what happened when they implemented the use of checklists in hospitals. In aviation, checklists are a standard. Any pilot will tell you, before takeoff, there are a whole series of things. Before even you start the engine, there are a whole series of things that you go through, a series of checks that you need to go through to make sure that everything is checked and everything is correct and there is going to be no problems, or minimizing the risk of problems. And even things that you think are obvious, of course, you have to do that. They still go through the process of having the check, and there'll be the pilot and the co-pilot checking together, one of them reading off the list and the other one checking all these things. And, it's things like, are the lights on? Is the engine on? All of these stupid things that are so obvious. Do we have gas in the tank? But it is so important. And can you believe that they do not have checklists as a matter of course, or they haven't for years, in hospitals? And so they wanted to do a test to find out what happened if they implemented checklists in hospitals. And there's often a thing of a sort of hierarchy of a seniority, shall we say, in hospitals. So, for example, it may be that a junior doctor may not feel in the position to speak up against a senior surgeon when they're in the middle of a procedure, and it's relying on the knowledge and expertise of the surgeons, whereas a lower member of the team may have spotted something but not be able to speak up about it. And so the point about using the checklists is that, or the result of using it is, it actually reduced deaths considerably, deaths under the knife, as it were, in hospital procedures significantly. And it was all down to just having checklists, making sure that those basic things were actually done, because people would take for granted that maybe somebody else had done it, and so people would not have those checks in place in hospitals. And so it's a really, really great book, and it is why checklists are so important. So with that in mind, I'm going to go through now a checklist, and we're going to look at different parts of the process. So we're going to start with the lighting. Before you go live, or before you even record, go through and make sure you are having a check of these things. I'll make this list available as well. And again, apologies if it sounds a bit obvious. Make sure your lights are switched on. I've got my two main lights, which are in front of me here. And obviously, I'm going to notice, you would think, if they weren't on, although I could miss it. You never know. But I've also got two smaller lights at the side of me that I need to check that they're on. And so having this list that you go through, and I've literally have it written out and just literally scan through it to make sure I've done all of these things. Are the lights on? If you move your positions around or move your setup, have you got your lighting positions correct? And are they, right for the particular scene that you're doing? Is the color temperature and setting of your lights correct? I use a green screen because I use this setup for my Teams meetings. I also use it for my this video content that I'm creating, but I also use it for some other video content that I'm creating, and I have different scenes behind me, and so it's important that I try and have the light be correct for that. So the fake background behind me has got a sort of purple hue to that side, so you can see I've got a bit of tinge of purple on my head on this side from a light that is purple to try and emulate that light to make it look more consistent. Well, that's fine for this scene, but I don't want to find that I'm in a Teams meetings with a suit and tie and a more executive looking background behind me, but I've got disco lights going on my little shiny head. So it's important to make sure that the color and the temperature and everything is set right for the scene that you're in as well. Similar sort of story with the brightness as well. Make sure that is correct for whatever scenes that you're in. If you do happen to be using some lights that are running on batteries, because I know some people do, are your lights charged? Are they going to last? Or if so, are they? If not, are they plugged in to an auxiliary power? If they are battery powered, like these ones that I'm using, I've done a video about these as well. I'll link to them in the description. But they're battery powered, but they also have a cable, the Ulanzi RG49 RGB lights. I forget the exact name. I'll pop a link to up into the top. So yeah, making sure that your batteries are charged. So the next thing would be your audio. So on your audio, 1 second a minute. I think I'm getting ahead of my slides here somehow. 1 second. Lighting. Audio. 1 second, please. I've got my things mixed up somehow. Right, well, let me just tell you the audio then, because I've obviously got my slides slightly mixed up. So for the audio, we want to make sure that the audio interface is on. 1 second. I'll just come to my main view, shall I? Save complicating it. It was all too good, wasn't it? No point complicating things with technology. So with the audio, make sure that your audio interface is actually switched on. It sounds obvious, but yeah, you'd be surprised. People can forget the most simple of things. Also, make sure that whatever your audio interface is, that your source is correctly selected. So, I mean, my microphone is a Shure MV7 and it has both XLR and USB out. I did a review of that. I'll leave a link in the description as well. But this one I'm using over USB, and I have it running through some signal processing using Audio Hijack on my my Mac. But I have to make sure that I've got this mic selected as the input. Otherwise, let's say it was picking up some other microphone on my computer or something like that, then I might see the levels changing and think that the signal was going through, and then reach the end of my recording only to find out that I'd been recording the wrong mic. So that would be devastating, especially if I'd done it. I'm starting to worry now. 4 hours in, I hope I've been recording on the right microphone. Yep, I have, fortunately. So yeah, make sure that you're on the right microphone, the right input rather. Next one would be to make sure that any signal processing you've got is switched on or correct. So if you've got any, the gain level, the compression, or if you've got any noise cancelling, which I have running in Audio Hijack Pro, make sure that that is active. And next one, make sure if you've got a hardware mute that isn't activated as well. So that is the audio. So 5 things for that. The interface is on, the source selection, signal processing, check your audio levels, and check for any hardware mute. So we've done the lighting. Let's do the cameras. Again, make sure they're on and connected. It's obvious for the main camera, isn't it? But how about the overhead camera? You don't want to switch to that view and find out that the overhead camera is suddenly not there and you hadn't got it plugged in or whatever. Or your phone, if you've got NDI running on your phone for doing the little phone cam that I showed you, make sure that that's on as well. That comes down to that NDI capture device at the bottom. Make sure your cameras are positioned. So for me, I have this little overhead cam, but I actually have it so that I can move it out of the way when I'm not using it. So again, make sure that you've got the thing positioned correctly and just check all those scenes to make sure they are correct before you start as well. Again, if you're using a little phone and you don't want to have it plugged in, is the battery charged? Make sure that's charged. Any virtual cameras, we didn't actually cover virtual cameras as such, but those we'll come to in another video. It's sort of like NDI for the phone. That's effectively a virtual camera, but specifically you can do it with a screen sharing through NDI as well. But I'll do another video about that and link into the description, because I'm sure you're very tired by now if you've got to the end of this video. The next one we wanted to have a look at was the screen sharing. So if you are sharing your screen, you want to make sure that your desktop is clear if you don't want people to see what's on your desktop. Another thing would be to check your screen resolution. So when I'm doing videos like this, I actually increase the resolution so that or decrease it. I make it basically so that everything looks bigger so that it comes out okay on the video. And so I need to make sure that I've got that set up if I'm going to be doing that, and make sure I get that set up in advance. I did another little video, which I'll link to in the top corner, which is the top 5 little menu bar apps for streamers or people recording on Ecamm Live, and I talk about these in there. So that's a great video. I'll link to that one in the description as well. If you are going to be doing jumping over to any content like in websites and things like that, then make sure you've got your content all queued up properly. So if you're planning to go to different websites, just open all those websites in tabs so that you can flick between them. If you are using NDI to do screen sharing, which is like we did on the camera, then make sure you've got those things all set up and the sources set up for that. And then also window sizes as well. Make sure that you've got everything sized correctly for the screen sharing that you're going to be doing. Next one we're going to look at is performance. So this is all about checklist for the performance of your computer. Again, do check out that 5 menu bar apps video that I'll put in the description, because it tells you about what you can do to help with the performance of your Mac before you go live or start recording. First thing is close down any apps that you're not using and that you're not going to be using on the recording or on the stream, just so that they don't hog up any processor power or CPU or anything like that. That's the same thing, the processor and the CPU. I meant processor and RAM. And yeah, also close any menu bar apps as well. So it's easy to miss the ones that are running in your menu bar. But if you don't need them and you are going to be going live, then it's a good idea to just close those out. So having closed the menu bar apps and closed apps, don't forget to open apps that you're actually going to use in the video, because what you don't want to be doing is waiting as an app loads up or having something that loads up and then starts trying to talk over the network, slowing you down as well. And then another one is go through all of your scenes and preload scenes that you've got in Ecamm Live. And what I mean by that is if you've got video in your Ecamm, it will try to look for that in wherever it is on your hard drive. And if you're not on the absolute latest hardware, I'm not. I'm on a 2013 MacBook Pro, so quite old now, 8-year-old machine. And when I load a scene that's got a video, like my title scene or things like that, it does actually go and look for that file on the computer. And so it can take a while for it to queue up. And so especially on an old machine, just cycling through those scenes will just make sure that it's actually already it seems like it already buffers that. I'm not sure, that might not be totally correct on that, but from my own personal experience, anecdotally, if I haven't preloaded some of the more complex movie files, then when I click on them, there'll be a bit of a delay before they kick in and it will miss the first few seconds, milliseconds, whatever. So yeah, preload your scenes. Then in Ecamm itself, I've just mentioned preloading scenes, but just go through and check all of your scenes as well. If you start getting into doing things like I've been doing here, where you've actually got quite a lot of scenes. So we've got all the scenes here, but then these slides that I'm flicking through, I've actually just loaded those in as slides. So into Ecamm, I could have done that by actually using Keynote and actually having Keynote being a window that I bring in. The reason why I didn't is because I just didn't want to have another instance of Keynote running when I was going to be demoing it. So in this case, I brought them in as slides. So yeah, go through and check all of your slides. I obviously missed this bit out because I missed the fact that I'd got these labeled wrong, and so I'd got 2 cameras and I missed out the actual audio setting, didn't I? So I obviously didn't check it myself. Sometimes need to read my own notes, I think. But yeah, so check your scenes, check your overlays, make sure that they're all working. Check your audio settings. So if you've got an external audio interface, that's great. Just double check here that you're not on mute within Ecamm Live itself as well. Then you want to check your Streamdeck. Use Streamdeck to cycle through between all your scenes, your overlays, your things like that, so that you can just make sure. By the way, I don't think I actually demoed let's just demo that lower third, shall I? The button. There we go. I didn't demo it from Streamdeck, did I? I showed you all the other things and I activated demo mode from in there. So there we go. I'm just doing that from this little mobile app we created. I just wanted to show that that's what happens when you've got the animated overlay. I think I showed you the scenes, but not the actual overlay. I digress again. It's getting long. So the Streamdeck, yeah, just check all of those things are working. And then in Ecamm Live, while we're on here, normally you can see here I've got this finish button to finish recording. But before you start recording, there is the destination. So that is either, is Ecamm going to record it to disk, or is it going to go to stream it out somewhere? So before you go live, just make sure you have got the, if you want to do a recording, it's set to record and not stream. But similarly, if you think you're going to be streaming and you just click the button to start, but then you find out you've not streamed, you've just recorded it, make sure that your destination for the output of Ecamm Live is correct. A few other sort of non-technical things is tell your family, if you've got other people in the house, that you're going to be going live, so as not to disturb you. Make sure they've got everything that they need and somebody's with them or whatever, but so that you don't get disturbed in the middle of your flow or whatever. I can't believe actually this has been 4 hours now and not one little knock on the door. I've got a 9-year-old, a 5-year-old and a 2.5-year-old, and the fact that they have not come down once is absolutely amazing. So I don't quite know how that's happened. I feel like I'm living in a parallel universe or something, because I never normally go for more than an hour or so without somebody coming in. So anyway, close doors, close windows, stop any outside noise, things like that. Make sure you've got notifications switched off unless you're waiting, need sort of VIP access or whatever for your phone on your notifications, so that important calls can come through. But yeah, as much as possible, turn it off. And finally, make sure that you've got enough. I've got a couple of empty bottles of water after all of this talking, but if you are doing long streams or long presentations, then it definitely helps to make sure you've got a drink of something available. I think we've done it. I think we have done it. We've done our checklist. In fact, let's just go back, shall we, and see what we've done here today, because I think you should be quite impressed with yourself for having sat through all of this, if indeed you have done, and quite pleased. I'm hoping that you'll be able to work through all of this and it will help you set up your scenes. There are far more features to Ecamm Live than I've covered here, but I'm hoping that with what I've shown you, you should certainly be able to get off to a flying start with it. And there will be more videos all about Ecamm and Streamdeck and things like that, going into some more advanced features on my channel in the appropriate playlists. But for now, I think we've covered an introduction to Ecamm Live. We've set up our scenes. We've created our graphics. We've set up our Stream Deck, and I've shown you how to get that for free as a trial. And then you can just subscribe to the $3 a month or whatever it was Stream Deck subscription, run it from an old mobile or your current mobile or whatever. And we've got our checklist as well. What a journey we've been on. What a journey we've been on. If you have found this video in any way useful, please do me a favor. Go down and hit the like and subscribe button. Look at that. I've moved my overlay. That was the overlay. Look at that. That was the overlay that I was moving earlier. That reminds me. Once you've got everything set up the way you want it, let me just come back into demo mode because I nearly forgot this. That would have been a crime to have forgotten this. I mentioned about these little padlocks. Once you've got everything as you want it, just make sure you click these little padlocks on everything. Because what you don't want to do is inadvertently move one of your overlays, your graphics, your images out of the way accidentally. So make sure that your thing, when you finished it, your setup looks like this. Lots and lots of padlocks all the way down. Lots of padlocks on here. Look, I missed a couple. So actually, if your scene is locked, your overlays are all right. But I just go sort of belt and braces approach. Lock them all. So there you go. So now we're all locked. Make sure your scenes are all locked. So with that little digression, what I was trying to say was, if you have found this useful, click the like and subscribe button. Any comments, any questions, anything at all, leave them down below or head over to the website. Contact me through my website. I'm generally pretty responsive, happy to answer any questions that you may have. Do download the free template pack. If you see a load of other, I don't know how long into the future you may be living, but if you go to my website and you do find that I've got lots of overlays and image and icon packs for Stream Deck, which I will be making, by the way, if you see all of those, make sure you look for the free one first and give it a go. I urge you to try and do this all for yourself, because you'll have a skill for that you'll be able to use for a long time to come if you do master it. So that is the last thing that I wanted to say. Also, as I'm pretty parched, If you would like to support the channel as well, the easiest way to support the channel is to go to my Buy Me a Coffee page, which is buymeacoffee.com/takeonetech, where you can support the channel directly or become a monthly subscriber to all of my content. And I will have some bonuses there for subscribers as well. And just a quick reminder about those other software packages that I mentioned. Obviously, Ecamm Live, I'm in love. Thank you, Ecamm. You can go to takeonetech.io/Ecamm to sign up for your free trial of Ecamm Live. Also, don't forget, if you want that whole bit of hand holding while you're actually setting everything up on YouTube, then there is the Tube Buddy, which is a great way to help you have that little sort of extra checklist as you're going through uploading your content and things like that, making sure you've got your tags right, making sure you've got your descriptions right. Everything's all as it should be in the right place. And also, don't forget, for your nice outro music or intro music or any music for that matter, takeonetech.io/epidemic to get your free trial and membership for Epidemic Sound, where you can get all of your legal music to use legally in your live videos or your recorded videos, knowing that you're not going to get any copyright strikes from YouTube or wherever you post it. Well, thank you for being with me on this rather emotional and long journey. I'm not sure when I'll be doing a non-stop 4 hours, 28-minute video again, but when I do, I hope to see you there as well. In the meantime, don't forget to check out some of these other videos. And as you all know by now, this is going to cut out automatically after about 20 seconds. Have a wonderful day.